everybody. Welcome in on this Tuesday morning. How are y'all doing? Can you see me, hear me, all the thingies? Welcome in. Aussie Cheryl coming in. Aussie Cheryl and Amanda coming in hot in the middle of the night. Well, so we appreciate you. Thank you so much, Forrest. Always good to see you. Good morning. Good morning, sips of coffee. I am still sipping my morning coffee. I'm not even through my first pot yet. But I've been outside messing around this morning, y'all. I was getting my peace on earth before we go live. We might need it. But then I started feeling sad, y'all, because I realized for the first time I noticed birds in another um, flowering tree out there, and I was like, "Oh man, they're looking for their home." Like legit, they're all like, "What are we gonna do now?" Anyway, they'll find a new tree. I said a little peace prayer for them to go find a new home, birds, but don't go too far because I enjoy your singing. Anyway, that's my world, y'all. Welcome to it. I also strung up some new lights the other day because I'm a thrifty shopper. They had buy one, get one free. I was like, oh, hell yes. So I drove myself 5 minutes down the road to the Dollar General, got me some new outdoor lights. $10, buy one, get one free. I'm all over that. I strung those up this morning. All right, guys, we're going to get into the courtroom because it's going to get spicy. Oh, and during lunch, we have some things to review. I was trying to review it a minute ago to make sure that, like, what is this? But I only got through a little bit of it, and I was like, you know what? We're going to watch this at lunch and see what this is about. Um, and also have a short video, guys. If y'all didn't see my short this morning, we'll see it at lunchtime. I got it saved for us to watch. Um, If y'all know who John DePetro is, little man, I call him little man. Kevin Reddington calls him the Weasel. It's epic and it's amazing. Faye, um, yes, our outdoor lights are amazing, right? I already have had some smaller twinkle type lights out there, but I've been thinking over the past week I need to get me some new lights. I'll be out here in the fall, da 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 da. And of course, my brain's like, I ain't spending a ton of money on that shit either. And then lo and behold, I had to go to the Dollar General to get like cat food and cat litter, right? So I went on the app and I was like, oh, they got a sale? Okay. Going down to the Dollar General here in just a minute. That's literally all I have in my neck of the woods, y'all. I have a gas station that serves pizza. I have a all you can eat restaurant that serves their food on styrofoam plates. Don't ask. I don't know why. And then we have the Dollar General and a little volunteer fire department. It's a caution light at the four-way stop. It's not even a real red light. That's the world I live in by choice. It's okay. I used to live like 10 minutes from the beach for so many years, but I like it out here. It's quiet. It's quiet. All right. So let me get the stream up. Enough about my lights and birds and stuff. 8:25. All right, let me get this set when they first come into the courtroom. We don't like to miss a thing. That weird doctor's back on the stand. Y'all, you know what? I've made jokes about Bob Motta, okay? Jokes. The guy is kind of boring. I love Allie. And boy, she had a fiery little clip posted on Twitter. She got down. I was like, oh, go girl. Anyway, somebody posted a picture of Lauren Conlin sitting beside Bob Motta in the courtroom. And their post was like, "Oh, Lauren, don't be complaining later when you get fleas." And then commenters were like, "Or the bed bugs." I was like, "Y'all, come on. That man might be a little bit boring, but he ain't got no damn bed bugs or fleas." Really, grown-ups? Like, you don't like him because he's a defense attorney standing up for what's right? So we got to call him, he's got the fleas? Damn. That's a little too much. Anyway, there we go, Bob Motta. I took up for your ass this morning, sir. But your wife is killing it, man. Allie got a little mouth on her, and I happen to like it. I've always been Team Allie. Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with a good, strong, independent woman. All right, here we go. Um, let's see. Hey, yay, hey, yay.
Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Your Honor, give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
Hey, I'm gonna go outside and listen to me too.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Before the court today, we have the
Or the trial,
continuation of the
rather.
jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is
Excuse
present.
me.
She is represented by attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney
Oh, you
Jennifer
know
Sprague
what?
and Assistant
I
District
had that
Attorney Shannon
notification
Buckingham.
on, Faye. Shit. I did. Hold on. Hold on. Faye, I'll catch that on the replay because I literally had that notification on, but I ended up falling asleep last night. So I will catch that on the replay. Thank you. Somebody, one of you mods, Forrest, would you please grab Krisha's link and drop it into the chat for anybody who wants to go check that out? And that is at Difficult Research, guys. She's a friend of the channel here. Y'all, most of y'all know the backstory there with Krisha. Faye, them little birds. I zoom in on them with my camera because I got a really good zoom and I can bird watch. Oh, did I forget to hit the volume?
After today. All right, so first off, let me get to those questions. Has any
All
member
he
of the
says
jury
here is
read,
this
seen,
this should
heard,
be the
or
last two
overheard anything
witnesses.
from any source about any aspect of this case which would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to return to the witness who was on the stand. Commonwealth is still conducting direct examination. After that, the defense will be given the opportunity to do their cross-examination. And I believe after that, the Commonwealth has one last witness, okay? And so that's the anticipated lineup that we have today. And going beyond that, I'm not going to speculate too much because I've been wrong just about every time I gave you an estimate of the symbol of the schedule. But just so you understand, it's anticipated that these would be the last two witnesses. All right, and then I'll talk to the lawyers. We'll kind of see where we go from there, and then I will today, before you leave, I'll explain exactly what the next step is going to be. Okay, and so with that, we'll return. If we have the witness back on the stand and the Commonwealth.
All right, guys, I'll try not to interrupt too much. I will be in the chat for the most part, but y'all know if he says something out of pocket, I'm going to have to run to my thing and say, hey, hold on here now. Oh, okay. So he's returning to the stand, and I was able to review. I sat outside with my coffee once I got my lights strung up. I wanted to enjoy the moment. And so I sat there with my coffee and I reviewed a little bit of this, and I was like, oh, heck. So here we go, guys. Y'all buckle up. Everybody got your coffee, your tea, whatever your morning vice might be. If you're driving, be safe, and just thanks for listening in. Everybody hit the thumbs up and help the little channel get out into the YouTube streets. I may have lost a few people. We want like-minded people though. We're good.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the court in the hearing, the matter not pending between the Commonwealth and the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi, Attorney Sprague.
Judge should have said, "Are you going to act right today, sir?" That's what he should have said. Oh God, y'all, I'm in a silly mood today. Like I fell asleep early, got a lot of sleep, and I'm like, okay, what's going to happen today?
Do you need a moment?
I do.
We did. I'm sorry, y'all. I feel like I've drunk some whiskey. Do you need a moment? I sure do. We all need a moment. Y'all say a little prayer for yourselves. I hate that I missed it, Morris and Faye. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna go add it to my watch list right now.
So, Doctor, could you tell us what is peritraumatic, sorry, let me start over. Can you tell us what peritraumatic disassociation is and whether it factored into your evaluation in this case?
Yes, that's the kind of thing that you experience when you're going through a very frightening or traumatic set of situation or circumstances or whatever. And it's the sort of thing that you can experience in the sense that you kind of feel that things are unreal or that it's not you. It's like you're watching yourself go through actions and so on. And it's the sort of thing that if you talk about it, it sounds like it could be psychotic, but it's actually more likely to be a recognized aspect of going through a traumatic situation or set of circumstances that many people going through something like that would experience.
And when you say going through something like that, are you talking about when the defendant was strangling her children?
That would be one example because that was very traumatic for her.
And did the defendant show signs of peritraumatic disassociation in the records or in your conversation with her?
She did. She talked about feeling like it wasn't her, like she was watching herself, like she was going through what she called no thinking, no decision making, only responding to the voice and taking action.
And when she said that there was no decision making involved, did you see anything about in the records or in her detailing of what happened that was inconsistent with that claim that there was no decision making?
Yeah, this is difficult but important to say. That there are just many ongoing decisions that have to be made to accomplish a killing like this in 18 to 20 minutes. For example, why the basement? Who among the children goes first? What do you say to the kids to keep them from panicking? There are other examples, but
Yeah, hold on.
And so what types of decisions, without getting to what she might have said or thought, what are some types of decisions that had to be made to effectuate the strangulation of the children?
well, I tried to give some examples a minute ago, and I don't want to go too.
All right, hold on. Just answer the question, all right? Don't comment on the rulings of the court. Just answer the question, please.
Yeah, this guy thinks he's given a TED talk somewhere to a bunch of psychiatrists or something. Like, let me explain all the different elements. We're like, no, we are over this, dude. Have y'all ever seen that welcome to live chat, remember to guard your privacy thing ever pop into our chat before? YouTube just inserted that there. They think we're over here talking smack today.
Okay?
If I could rephrase.
Yeah.
Doctor, the choice of where to strangle the children, does that have to be a choice of where that happens?
Yes.
The decision of how to strangle them, is that a decision that needs to be made?
Yes.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
I'm sorry, I have to look at it.
No, overruled. I'll allow that.
Does she think that Lindsay just like, let me look around real quick and like, of course this lady is so reaching when she's trying to reiterate to the jury that Lindsay physically did this and had to decide to do it and had to decide what to use, her method. We know she did it. Is it criminal or not? Is it psychotic break? She's so confused on her own stuff. But she's just trying to make points to her jury. But is it her jury after all? We don't know.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Yes, it is.
The order in which to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
That's another example of the decision, yes. Decisions.
And
Last time I'll interrupt. Y'all notice one thing that I noticed this first off this morning, and the only reason why I noted, because I'd already noticed that box had always sat on the table and everything that was on the box, right? The wording on the box. And I thought, I always just hummed it in the back of my mind. Well, Jacoff, our little retired FBI agent, she cannot leave this case alone. She's mad tweeting about it constantly. And she tweets, what the hell? She didn't use the word hell because she claims to cuss and discuss, but literally she doesn't. So she's like, what is this box? And these baby albums. So I zoom in on the picture. Sure enough, it's baby books. But today, that box is no longer on the table. It's sitting over there on the side. This defense attorney, as all attorneys do, clocks what social media is saying. And I got proof because he don't like DePetro. He knows what you said, DePetro. He knows what you said about him. Just was something I noted. I didn't know if that was strategically done today or what that was, right? But I noticed the tweet, and then today I noticed that box is not on that table.
and the way in which to kill herself, were those decisions that had to be made?
Yes, they were.
Now, you said that this peritraumatic disassociation seems like it would be a sign of psychosis, but isn't. Why isn't it?
It's actually something that is much more commonly experienced in that kind of set of circumstances than psychotic symptoms.
And yesterday, when you went through the two options that you considered, that this was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide, is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
It's my testimony that those were the two possibilities that seemed to have some evidence, but at the end of talking to her, testing, reviewing all the information, doing the collateral interviews, everything I did as a part of this evaluation, the evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
Now, you interviewed the defendant on 2 days, the first day and the third day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And were there any differences in her demeanor or her way of answering questions between the first day and the third day?
Yes, I interviewed her and worked with her on testing for 3 days. And during the first and the second day, she was quite attuned to the question. Her recollection was good, even considering that we were more than 3 years away from some of the events in question. She had, I thought, a very good memory for dates and medications and dosages and times and other relevant details. And she continued to be attentive and responsive, good attention concentration, that sort of thing on the second day. On the third day, when we were talking about mental state at the time of the offense and the circumstances of what was going on with the alleged offense, she appeared to me much more cautious and guarded.
And can you give us some examples of that?
She more frequently said, I don't remember, I don't recall, that sort of thing during the third day than the second or the first. For one example, I asked her about wearing a smartwatch, which she had, carried a phone, carried a smartwatch as well. And one of the things I asked her is what wrist she wore it on. This was on the third day, and she said, I don't remember.
And did you also ask her about her statement at Brigham and Women's when she woke up and said she was horrified?
I did. Now, that statement was not a statement so much as it was a written. she woke up in having regained consciousness that evening. She was intubated, so she couldn't speak. But they asked her questions, and she wrote down the answer, and they asked her, how are you feeling, or what's your mood? And what she said was, what she wrote was horrified.
And when you asked her about that on that third day of interviewing, what was her response?
She said, I don't remember writing that, and I don't remember why I would have been horrified.
And did you also ask her about the statement she made at Brigham and Women's, either verbally or on the writing it down, about how she said that one of the reasons she killed the children was because she thought they would suffer?
Where are you? Are you in my report there?
Referring to the records at Brigham and Women's where she told.
No, she can refer to where she's looking to direct his attention, if you review those.
You reviewed the Brigham and Women's records, correct?
I did, yes.
And the portion where it says that she told a treatment provider that she had to kill the kids to kill herself because the kids would suffer. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do recall that statement.
And when you asked her about it on the third day of interviewing her, did she recall that statement?
Yes, that statement in Brigham and Women's to the attending psychiatrist was made in the context of her thinking about what happened. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, she was asked about what the voice had said on that afternoon, and her response was, it had said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the kids. It also said, the kids will suffer without you. And when I asked her about that, whether the voice had said that, she said, no, the voice only said, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself.
So I'm going to move to strike this, not respond.
No, overruled.
So the two differences where at Brigham, she's saying, the voice said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the children, and that the children would suffer without her, versus after that when she says the voice only said, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is the fact that she's giving two different statements significant in your evaluation?
As I talked about in my testimony yesterday, when there is inconsistency, that's something that alerts me to the possibility of inaccuracy. And two statements that are mutually exclusive or inconsistent suggest to me that there is a problem. One of them, at least, is not accurate.
And doctor, did you find any significance in your evaluation to the fact that she was able to complete a phone call with her husband during this time frame of killing the children and herself?
Yes, that was very unusual in my experience, to have a crucial time interrupted by something like a phone call, because one of the considerations there is that you then not only can document the time that it happened, and that helps be more precise about the time, but you also have whoever is on the other end of the phone. And this was her husband. When he called her at 5:33, she didn't pick up, but she called back immediately at 5:34. And when I talked to him during the collateral interview, one of the things he said is that she sounded, on the short call, distracted and like she was in the middle of something, but it wasn't anything that struck him as that unusual. He said when she's home with 3 kids, she's always in the middle of something. So that was one of the reasons that it was important. And then another reason, as I mentioned a minute ago, is it helps to establish a time frame. We know when her husband left the house, which was 5:15. We know when he came home, which was around 6 o'clock. And this is not quite in the middle of it, but close to that. And so it was unusual and valuable and important in trying to establish those kinds of things.
And when reviewing the records and talking to the defendant, did you notice any statements or behaviors that seemed to focus in on herself? Such as, for example, being future-oriented.
Well, one of the things I noticed from the records at Brigham and Women's is that several days after she came in, there were comments from staff and in the notes about how she was a little bit more future-oriented and thinking about what it would be like in the future, her life, and that sort of thing. So that's one of the considerations that was in response to kind of thinking about herself and being oriented toward herself.
And is there any significance to that state of mind or those thoughts in your evaluation of her?
Well, I don't think that she was in any way over this or thinking only about herself. It's something that I noticed when I evaluated her in April, is that she is still grieving. She's still in mourning for those kids, and she used language like, I have lost everything and I don't want to be here. So I would not think of Lindsay Clancy as someone who is really self-centered or oriented only to herself. She is grieving her children.
And you mentioned yesterday the emphasis she had on control of thought and control of her life. How did that come into play in your evaluation in terms of what was done here?
One of the considerations is why she got to the point where she decided to take her own life. And she's an individual who, for most of her life, has been disciplined and liked to control things, liked to work hard, liked to accomplish things. And one of the things that was striking about what happened with her between October and January is that she seemed to be doing her best, talking to the doctors, talking to the therapists, working on trying to get things accomplished in terms of lessening the anxiety and getting the right medications. And it wasn't working, and she couldn't help make it work. She could not control that through hard work and discipline and so on. And that had to be very frustrating, and I think got her to the point where it was very difficult for her to actually think about not being hopeless and going on with her life and so on.
Now, doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time she killed her children?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is yes, she was. She was experiencing bipolar II disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when she killed her children?
I did, yes. And I'm at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this, and so
Sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die, and, if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law is again best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was criminally responsible when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, my clinical opinion, since I'm not the decision maker here, but my clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd move to submit the PowerPoint for identification.
She's going to get her a PowerPoint out. He said a couple of interesting things right there that we'll get to in a minute, but damn, his testimony didn't help her. Like, none of her witnesses have literally just like helped her seal the deal, right, and bring it on home. He says Lindsay loves those kids and she's still mourning the kids. If you are malicious and you're just going to take out the kids because they don't want them anymore, are you mourning them? Are you mourning what you did because now you got to go to prison? What? Okay, I got a lot of thoughts.
I'm sorry?
I move to submit the PowerPoint
Oh,
for identification.
for identification. Okay, thank you. That may be done. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you. Sorry. Doctor, I'd just like to ask you about one of the things you just said to this jury that apparently stood out in your mind, and that would be the dichotomy or the difference between two statements that Lindsay made, one being, I believe, in the hospital, and you felt that there was a subsequent statement that was made by her that contradicted that or was different from that, and that would be after 3 days of you and Mac testing her. Is that right? Can you just say, is it right or wrong?
Mr. Reddington, it's not quite right.
Okay, why don't we do it this way?
Yeah.
You just told this jury that Lindsay made a statement to you at the conclusion of the 3 days that you and Mac were questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is,
Yes or no?
no.
Did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury
I'm
is,
asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
what I intended to say,
No, not what you intended. Can you answer my question? Yes or no?
no.
Now, is Dr. Helbrun aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
Post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS. It's called PICS.
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Dr. Helbrun aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia, that it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is that from your personal experience, professional experience? Because you didn't know what PICS was when I asked you, right?
Yes, it's not from my personal experience or my professional experience.
You received a notification to evaluate Lindsay Clancy on this criminal case from the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And do you recall when you received that notification?
It would have been sometime before January of 2025, because that's when I started reviewing the documents that they provided.
Okay, so January of 25, January of 26, and then in the spring of 26, you go to the Tewksbury Hospital with Mac and you interview Lindsay, right?
Correct.
So how many months is it from the time that you were appointed or requested or asked to help the DA's office to the time you saw Lindsay? How much time passed?
Probably about 18 months.
About a year and a half. And how much time passed from that point going backwards to January of 23?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, January of 23, you add a year, that's January of 24, right?
Yeah,
It's 1 year.
yeah,
January of 24, you add a year up to January of 25, that's 2 years, right?
yes.
January of 25 up to when you and Mac finally go out to Tewksbury to interview this young lady is how many months?
Well, it would be about 3 years.
Okay. And are you telling this jury that it's good, using the term loosely, medical practice to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody after their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Okay. So in other words, yes, it is better to see them sooner rather than later, to coin a phrase, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have in mind January of 25 that you were retained, but and again, you know, normally this isn't an issue. Who cares? But how much money did you make on this case? As they want to ask my doctor, how much money did you make on this case?
That depends when I'm finished, but I mentioned earlier that I had spent 180 hours before coming to
How
Plymouth.
much money did you make on the case, Doctor? Simple.
Well, it's not that simple, but I'm being paid at $300 an hour.
Okay, so how much money did you make on the case?
Well, $300 an hour times 180.
What's your last billing?
I've been billing monthly, sir.
Okay, you must know what the total billing is up to this point, don't you?
I actually have not added it
How
up.
about you just give us your best estimate, Doctor?
Well, let's see. Probably up to this point, it's been about $54,000.
$54,000. And it will be more. right? When we get finished with you today, right? It'll be more.
Yes.
Okay. So you received from me by certified.
I'm in the wrong business, y'all. I'm about to go get me a job. Y'all want to create a firm with me? We'll be the experts. We're now the experts. Fuck it, we're getting paid that much too.
Mail, video interview of Lindsay by my guy, Dr. Resnick, right?
Correct.
You received the notes from Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
You received the notes from my Dr. Paul Zeisel, right?
Yes.
You received the report that was prepared and submitted by Dr. Philip Resnick, right?
Yes.
You received the report prepared and submitted by Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
And you received the report prepared by Dr. Zeisel, right?
Yes.
And then I said, if you have any questions, give me a call, drop me a line, whatever, but we never talked until today, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you have a curriculum vitae, that talks about that you are a clinical psychologist, correct, as you've told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a woman in postpartum psychosis?
When I was a staff psychologist at the forensic service at Florida State Hospital,
When was that, please?
that was back in 1982.
82?
Yes. I had a therapy group which was comprised of women who had killed their children. They were severely mentally ill, and at that time, it was important to recognize the severity of their mental illness, and so I worked with them in a group at that time.
Okay. And this is 44 years ago?
Yes.
All right. And where was it?
It was at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, forensic unit, forensic service.
So back in the 80s, we had women in Chattahoochee that had killed their babies? Huh. I'll do my due diligence and do my research since I'm in Florida and I've always known about Chattahoochee my entire life. It's a running joke. We'll send your ass to Chattahoochee because it's the crazy hospital. I've already clocked in your work at the Florida State Penitentiary or mental hospital because we got a guy down there y'all are evaluating every 6 months. And I already started researching how much time and effort you put in there and how much of your stuff is still in place today at that hospital. Thank you very much for some research. I was bored.
How many of these people did you have a chance to interview in group or whatever you did?
There were 4 or 5 in the group.
4 or 5, okay. Well, you are also a forensic psychology expert working for Park Dietz and Associates, right?
I have an affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates, yes.
Yes, but that's basically, that's the letterhead that you have on all your stuff, right? Park Dietz and Associates, Inc. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know Mac, do you?
Do I know
Yeah.
Dr. Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Mack, yeah, the guy that was here testifying for the last 2 days, Friday and Monday. You know him?
Yes, I do know him,
All right.
yes.
And he works at Park Dietz as well, right?
I think he has the same kind of affiliation I do, which is we both have jobs and do things elsewhere, but we occasionally do cases in affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates.
Right. And continuing on, and if you have it, you can certainly take a look at it. Make sure I don't misrepresent anything on your V-Day, as you refer to it. You also were involved with Giant Food Corporation. You do fitness for duty assessments. What is that?
What are fitness for duty assessments?
Yeah, Giant Food Corp. What's Giant Food Corporation?
Oh, that's something that I did many years ago. Basically, a company or an organization might refer someone who is having difficulty at work, having symptoms, making
Okay.
threats, that sort of thing, and they would ask for an evaluation from a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
Okay.
And I did that for a while for giant food corporations.
And you also did it for U.S. Airways, apparently, evaluations and consultation, right?
Yes,
You also did it for the Texas Education Commission. You put in your resume the forensic clinical site visitor, Sam Houston State Hospital or University, right?
yes,
You were a grant reviewer for the Office of Victims of Crime for the United States Department of Justice. That's the feds. That's the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
yes,
Okay. You also worked, and you did violence risk assessment consultant as a consultant to the New Jersey Department of Mental Health Services, right?
yes,
You also consulted as a research consultant with the community education centers in New Jersey, right?
yes,
Research Advisory Board, the Center for the Analysis of, actually the FBI. You work for the FBI?
I consulted with the FBI, yes,
And in consulting with the FBI, you also consult with the Bureau of Prisons, right? BOP?
yes,
When you're consulting for, well, okay, look, site visit of juvenile justice and psychology, you were involved with that, right?
yes,
Consultant forensic psychology service for the Walter Reed Medical Center, correct?
yes,
When you work on the consulting with the Bureau of Prisons, basically what you're doing is you're evaluating, as you told us a couple of times, people that are wrongfully convicted and they're in jail for decades, and you would evaluate them for the Bureau of Prisons to see if they're okay to release to society, right?
That does not sound like a typical question that I would evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons.
All right, well, what would you evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons? That's
Well, for
just so-
example-
wait, hold on, just so we know, Bureau of Prisons is federal as opposed to the Department of Correction, which is state, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
So go ahead, tell me what you do for the Bureau of Prisons.
Well, one of the things that I might do is conduct a meeting or a workshop on a topic such as violence risk assessment or something like that. So I have done that, deliver a workshop or provide an organizational meeting, provide information and so on a number of occasions.
And do you evaluate people to see if they're able to be reintegrated into society?
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also are involved with sexual violence risk, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You also are involved with specialized police response and collaboration with behavioral health systems in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Sexual violence risk, again, for purposes of the Department of Correction. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
Principles of forensic assessments that you would be assessing juveniles for purposes of juvenile assessment and risk assessment, right?
Yes.
You also are involved with violence risk and sexual violence risk, correct?
Yes, correct.
Juvenile assessments, risk assessments and principles of forensic assessment for the American Academy of Forensic Psychology, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And also a focus on juvenile assessment and risk assessment of juveniles, right?
Yes, correct.
Violence towards others, psychiatrically hospitalized populations, that would be what? Patient-on-patient assaults or something like that when somebody's in a mental institution?
Patients against patients, patients against staff, that sort of thing.
They can be pretty violent places, can't they?
They can be sometimes, yes.
Sexual violence risk, you involved with New Orleans, Louisiana, sexual violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? What did you do with that when you were dealing with obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation?
Well, I have had the occasion to provide workshops to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, to judges, and so on. And depending on some of the questions that arise, such as what's the most effective way to obtain and present a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist expert, I might do a half-day or a full-day workshop on that.
Okay, so my question, sir, I know you get in there, but where did you lecture or give a lecture to criminal defense attorneys?
I've given a number of those lectures over the years. I can't recall them all offhand.
Okay. But my question, sir, was that you were working on behalf of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, federal courts, right?
Yes,
I asked
that's
you that
right.
question? Okay.
Yeah.
You also worked for the Forensic Mental Health Assessment for the Ohio Forensic Psychiatric Center of
Yes, that's
inmates, right?
Yes.
You also participate and have written about To Kill or Not Kill, That Is the Question, for Drexel University, where you were a professor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Assessing risk of violence towards others in psychiatrically hospitalized populations. You focused on that, right?
Yes,
You
that's
had a
right.
chance, sir, to give a total of, 131 lectures or workshops presented in the area of violence, risk assessment, sexual offenses, and forensic mental health and ethics, right?
Yes,
that
that's
right?
right. Yes.
Aggression, forensic psychological assessment, risk assessment, treatment of mentally disordered offenders and juveniles. That's another focus, correct?
Yes, it is.
You've had a number of publications that you put on your CV. Basically, you're talking about justice-involved youths, correct?
Yes, that's one of the things I talk about.
Appraising Jackson-based unrestorability to competence to stand trial deals with the standard of competence to stand trial, correct?
Yes, it is.
Public perception on policies to address prenatal substance use recommendations regarding maternal criminal prosecutions. What is that? Prosecute a woman that's pregnant who's involved with drug use?
Yeah, that sounds like something that would have been a dissertation where I served on the committee and was a co-author of some kind, but the individual who
Okay.
wrote the dissertation would have been the first author there.
All right. And life sentence for juveniles, sequential model for juvenile justice, justice involving men, forced medication, and competency to stand trial. These are interests or focuses of yours, sir?
Yes.
Urine drug screens as a baseline for predictors of graduation from drug court.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you were involved with drug court?
Yes, I've been involved in writing about and consulting to drug courts over the years, yes.
And disputed paraphilia diagnoses and legal decision-making is one of your other focuses, right?
That was one of my graduate students, and I was a supervising and second author.
Paraphilias would be in the, I mean, that's basically if you have some kind of weird sexual things that you do, right?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. Continuing on, juvenile, a lot of juvenile focus on your resume, correct, sir?
Yes, there's a fair amount of juvenile work that I've done over the years.
Involuntary medication, trial competence, clinical dilemmas, substance abusing adjudicated adolescence. And your resume basically is a number of pages, correct? Would you agree with me? It's almost 70 pages, right?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay. Flipping through and jumping ahead, sir, you wrote book chapters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You dealt with forensic mental health assessments, principles, and standards of care, right?
That's right.
Violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Juvenile violence risk assessment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Managing hindsight bias and unstructured judgments, implications for legal decision-making is an article that you have, chapter or whatever that you wrote, right?
Yes, it is.
Again, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency. A lot of focus on juveniles, right?
Yes, there's a fair amount of
Then you
focus
have
on juveniles over the years, yes.
A number of reviews that you have published, presentations that you've presented, a lot of them dealing again with juveniles and dealing with assessments of prisoners to have them released into society, things of that nature, right? Life sentence juveniles, for example, is one of the things you focus on, right?
Yes, again,
Okay.
there's been a fair amount of juvenile work and
Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives combining substance with style and learning. What does that mean? Handling difficult cross-examination.
Well, one of the things that people as forensic psychologists need to do is convey what they have done in a way that is effective. And so there are things that you,
To a jury?
to a jury, to a judge, to an attorney, various kinds of.
Well, when you're dealing with an attorney, sir, you're presenting information to the attorney. You're not dealing with difficult cross-examination, are you?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, you wrote about handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style.
Yes.
And what is, 25 words or less, what is that basically telling people? How to, what, withstand cross-examination?
It's how most effectively to convey the results of the evaluation that you have done.
And then, again, just hundreds of articles on topics that the jurors can look at because your resume is in evidence. Finishing it off on that end, sexual abuse behavior, juvenile forensic mental health, violence risk assessment of juveniles, behavioral measure of sexual offense behavior, influencing third-party informant observations dealing with juveniles. Should the courts coerce offenders into substance abuse treatment? Is there one article, one, that you wrote about a woman who is pregnant, who is undergoing postpartum depression, and God forbid, psychosis?
No.
But you did write an article 49 years ago. You published an article on psychosis in 1977 with your dad before, well, you were in college apparently, right? Right?
Yeah, I was
Okay,
his
so
research assistant at that time when
Yeah.
I was in college, yes.
Okay. And this is before you entered graduate school, and you used the diagnostic framework that no longer exists, didn't you, back then?
It was a long time ago.
Right. And actually, it was 3 years before the DSM was even written, DSM-1, back in the Stone Age.
It was a while ago.
That's the only article you ever wrote dealing with that issue. Is that correct, sir?
Dealing with what issue, sir?
Postpartum psychosis.
Ah. Yes.
Does I mean yes? Thank you. So, you make arrangements with the district attorney's office to get all this discovery that I sent you, that the DA sent you, police reports that you went through with the jury, and you read it, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you must have talked to the DAs before you saw Lindsay, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I don't remember how many times.
Well, you billed them for it, I'll bet, right?
Any time I spend on a case like this, I record and it gets billed.
Of course. So you do have records, but who cares at this point? I mean, you're here testifying based on your opinion at the request of the prosecutors, right?
I'm here based on, yes, at this point, I've completed the evaluation and don't remember things like how many times I talked to the DAs. That's part of it.
But basically, in your conversations with these two prosecutors, sir, did you talk to the state police at all, detectives?
I reviewed a massive amount of reports, some by the state police, some by other individuals. So I reviewed records for many, many hours.
And when you got involved with this case 3 years later, or 2.5 years later, you'd agree with me that it was quite publicized, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You've heard of confirmation bias, I'm sure, right?
I have indeed.
Yes. And however many times you talk to the DAs and review the information, would you agree with me, sir, that before you met with Lindsay in Tewksbury, you pretty much had an idea that this woman was a beast, killed her 3 kids, didn't you?
I would not agree with you at all.
So you had an open mind when you went in there to Tewksbury to see and speak to for 3 days Lindsay Clancy?
I did my best to have an open mind,
I know.
yes.
You told us yesterday you had some difficult decisions to make, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So when did you first meet Avram?
When did I first meet him?
Yeah.
That probably would have been late 2025, early 2026.
Okay. Around the same time that you first got involved with the case?
No, it would have been considerably after I first got involved with the
Where did
case.
you meet him?
Where did I meet him?
That's what I said. Where did you meet him?
Virtually.
Oh, virtually?
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a Zoom thing or
Yeah.
FaceTime or something?
Exactly.
Did you ever meet him in person before you went to Tewksbury?
No, I didn't.
So did you guys have a plan to meet up somewhere before you went to evaluate Lindsay?
In the lobby of the hospital.
Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Were you with Mac that night?
No,
No? Did you stay in a private house?
no.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure, right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in
All
Tewksbury.
right. So you're in a hotel, you meet with Avram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
And the two of you, day number one, you spend how many hours, the two of you, questioning her?
4.5.
And day number two, you don't bring Mac with you, you're by yourself, and you administer the psychological testing, correct?
Correct.
And how long was that, sir?
3 hours.
And day number three, how long did you speak to Lindsay in the hospital?
3 hours.
So what was your total period of time over a 3-day period that this young woman was dealing with you and Avram Mack?
10.5 hours.
So for 10.5 hours, this young lady is in a room, in a wheelchair, being questioned by you and Avram Mack while she's on medication, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was still answering your questions, trying to be cooperative and being affable and friendly, you put in your report, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did at any time she express to you that she was tired and wanted to take a break?
We offered her in the beginning.
My question, sir, was,
Section, if you could answer.
no, he's not going to, he's going to
No,
use my,
hold on. Why don't you ask the specific question, Doctor, if you listen to that question, okay?
my question, sir, was at any time, did you or Avram Mack offer to her to take a break?
Yes.
Did she accept that offer?
Once she did, and once she did not.
And basically indicated that she wanted to get through this interview and get it over with, right?
Yes.
You weren't her buddy going there to talk to her those 3 days, were you?
No.
She knew that you were there on behalf of the district attorney's office to testify against her in a trial and say to a jury that she knew and was able to conform to the law when she killed her 3 kids. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
So, your diagnosis is depressive bipolar 2, right?
Bipolar 2 disorder. Right.
Okay. And that's a serious mental disease, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You would agree with me, sir, that Lindsay is in your opinion, testified she's a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You testified to that yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right, that's funny?
No, it's not funny. It's just that you asked me whether I agree with something that I testified to yesterday.
So what does that mean?
It means that I testified to it yesterday, and that means I do believe it. Yes.
Okay, so we established that. In your opinion, granted, for those 3 days that you had interactions with Lindsay, is it your opinion that she is a controlling individual, sir?
It depends what you mean by controlling.
Well, let me ask you, for example, would you agree that if a young mother prepares lists for a babysitter, for example, to chop up the carrots and dice them up small, and how to prepare the spinach, and how to prepare the chicken McNuggets, and then leaves them in a note and puts them on the kitchen table, is that controlling, in your opinion, of that individual?
That is something that is working hard and being disciplined and exerting a certain amount of control, yes.
That's not something that you would use against her in this opinion you have for this jury, is it?
What I do is do my best to describe what she does, what she thinks, what she feels at certain times, what symptoms she has, and so on. And if that's a part of that overall picture, then it's not that I'm using it in favor of her or against her. It's just part of the overall picture which I'm trying to present.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to chop up the carrots and tell somebody this is how I like my child to be fed, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Not that I know.
And you would agree, sir, that she was a good student. You told us about, you know, she got all A's, she was hard driving, and actually drove herself pretty good to try to succeed in college and in nursing school, right?
I would.
And did you interview any of her coworkers, or did you review any of her 5-star reviews from Mass General Hospital, flagship of hospitals?
I reviewed every record that was provided to me.
And that would be by them, right?
It was records that were provided to me by individuals who were a part of the investigation, and a lot of that were interviews with people who had known her before or were currently friends with her, things like that.
Okay, so things like that. I'm asking you, sir, about with her 7-year career as a nurse, labor and delivery nurse at a very, very well-established hospital. Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with, or did you review any of the records of her work reviews? Anything like that?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that she also, by all accounts, is and was an incredible mother taking care of her kids?
I would describe her as a very good mother, yes.
And in fact, sir, in the past 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there hasn't been one person that's had one thing bad to say about her other than these two. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, come into this court in front of this jury and say that Lindsay Clancy was a bad wife?
I don't know.
How about bad mother?
Again, I don't know.
So in your readings about her as a mother, you were able to see that she would sing to her daughter when she put her to bed. That's in the reports. You read the reports, right?
You might have to ask me that question.
You know Rascal Flatts?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flatts. You ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that Lindsay would sing to her daughter every night, is that important to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
You didn't know that, though, apparently, right?
I knew that she was very good with her kids, paid a lot of attention to them, spent a lot of time with them, and really enjoyed it.
Even right up to within hours of their killing, she was making snowmen with them, right?
Yes, she was playing with the 2 older children out in the backyard.
And then bringing her life experience, which you testified yesterday that she never had any abuse in her life, was raised by loving mother and father, good student, hard worker, great mother, good friend, wonderful wife. She then randomly decides to kill her children by strangling them. It's the facts we're dealing with, yes, sir, right?
No, not right.
So, one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it? For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was, if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand, if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes.
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
Yes.
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
Yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not on occasion, would cry, like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cried.
You know that in addition to the date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you knew that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay alone or Lindsay with her husband would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things. Shopping, socializing, go to Boston, things like that. You know, did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that, and one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids, and he used as an example date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Was that in 22?
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in
Just
22?
mention it to the jury. Was that in 2022, their 5th anniversary? Their anniversary is in December, right?
I don't know what year it was in,
Well,
Mr. Reddington.
What was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
What he said in response to that question is that on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Right. Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Helbrin considered in his opinion. But that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children, leaving them out of the house, right?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you on,
We can finish.
All right, oh, okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here between.
Well, listen, no. Let's see if my question is not that confusing.
Okay.
Did you testify, you're done saying that you did not say what Mr. Reddington said?
Yes, I'm done
Okay,
saying that.
all right, that's good. Next question.
one of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this drug, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, when she stopped breastfeeding, at that point, she was able to take the SSRI, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Tufts increased it to 50, right?
I don't recall offhand what the.
Okay. Well, you agree that Tufts increased the SSRI, right?
I do.
You agree that before the end of September of 2022, this young woman was living her life with her husband and her kids. Summer of 22, happy, had a great time. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
And when she saw Tufts from September end up until the killing of these children and the state of her condition that you told the jury was confusing. Remember using that word yesterday? It was confusing with these number of diagnoses that she dealt with?
Yes, I did use that word.
And the confusing with the number of drugs that was one drug on top of another drug, and stop this drug, stop that drug. That was confusing, wasn't it, sir?
Yes, it was.
And it was a confusing and upsetting to her and her husband to the point where they went to these doctors and said to them, you're turning her into a zombie, right?
Yes, that's right.
But prior to seeing Tufts and the other healthcare providers, she was a happy woman, wasn't she?
She was in many respects happy, pleased with her life. So she wasn't happy in an unqualified way, but she was, yes, she was very happy with certain aspects of her life.
So as September turns into October, middle of October, thereabouts, how is she doing at that point between her
Well,
depression, anxiety, drugs prescribed? How is she doing?
she was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the
Okay, wait,
drugs that were
wait,
prescribed.
Let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doug.
Yes. In September, she was anxious about returning to work. She had not yet started taking the medications that Dr. Tufts had prescribed, though.
How about a text that she had sent to her mother on October 20th, sir? I know you indicate in your report that you had a chance to review all of the computer searches, text messages, Apple Watches, all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Read that text, please. October 20th. This is a text that she sent to her mother. Read it.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
I'd like you to read it out loud.
All right. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Did her mother come up the next day and stay with her?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
I'm sure. You know, sir, that she actually climbed into the bed with her mother to sleep with her mother when the mother was staying with her during this period of time?
No, I didn't know that.
In the middle of November, sir, she texted her mother-in-law, which would be Pat's mother, Sue. This would be Sue Clancy, who was also a labor and delivery nurse, right?
Yes, that's correct.
She texted Sue while she was at work as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And Sue was in the emergency room and actually realized that Lindsay was at the hospital and stated that she felt unwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Sue see her in the hospital, if you know?
I think she met with her in the emergency room.
Okay. And then her mother-in-law was trying to help her out and referred her to another person that was a friend of a friend, so to speak, right? To help her out?
The nurse practitioner, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And she was able to meet with that individual, Paul, until she left, I think like a week later. She went on to another job, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And that's when she saw Nurse Gelada. Was that correct?
To my memory, that's correct, yes.
And then, would you agree with me, sir, that at this time frame in November, she was having real difficulty with sleep disruption, yes?
Yes, I would.
She had concerns all along about this, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications on her insomnia, correct?
Yes, insomnia was one of the first problems that she experienced when she started taking the medication in October.
And she expressed the fact that she believed that the medications were obviously having an adverse effect on her. They were damaging her brain, right?
She did express that view, yes.
And then she still, however, had a positive outlook and was hoping that things would turn around in her life and that she could get back to being herself, is a quote, right?
Yes, that's right.
But instead, and I quote your words yesterday, it got worse.
Yes.
Late in November, she's still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to, and I quote, the end of her rope. Bad analogy, but nevertheless, that's what she said, right?
Yes, it is.
She was feeling off, disconnected, sort of like a zombie, your words, testifying here yesterday, sir, correct?
Correct.
She was reporting at this point panic symptoms, concerns about the benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes,
Indicated that she was disoriented and forgetful, correct?
correct.
You told us that she stated that she was disconnected from her body. Isn't that correct?
That's how she described feeling, yes.
Could not relate to people, felt that she was in a disassociative state. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thought that the medication was resulting in this type of development in her life, correct? She felt the medications were contributing to this.
Yes, that's correct.
And in December, and I quote you, it's not getting better. It got from worse, it got better. Well, actually, not better. It got worse again, didn't it, in December?
December was probably the worst month for her, as she described it.
And in December, sir, you recall that she indicated, and I quote from your testimony, horrible intrusive thoughts. She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she continued to experience these thoughts later into December, correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My
being
question, sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Helbrin's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if
or
I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, and God forbid I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head, would you ask me? Voices? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status
Okay.
question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions
What
on
question?
a number of occasions,
Sir,
if
what
I might.
questions?
No, well, go ahead.
What questions?
Finish that question, and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said, I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me, just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts, I'm having thoughts of, and at this same time frame in December, she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times.
Yes,
And she mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
that's what she said, yes.
She mentioned, did you talk to her husband about it?
Yes, I did talk to her husband
Tell
about
you
it.
that she said that to him?
Yes.
A couple of times she said it to him, right?
A couple of times she said, I'm having thoughts, and he asked her, give me more detail if you could, and she said, they're just thoughts, it's not a plan, that sort of thing.
You got this girl living in her house with her kids, saying she's having dark thoughts, saying she's thinking of harming the children, and Patrick's response, according to your testimony, is just basically just power through it, you'll be okay?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Huh?
No, that was not his response as he described it. He asked more questions because one of the things that she had been dealing with for some time are thoughts about hurting herself and possibly the kids. And so what he did was try to get more information about the details. He asked questions that a mental health professional would also ask, which is how often, what are they like, do you have a plan, things like that. And she pretty consistently said, no, I don't have a plan, and this is how often it happens, but they're just thoughts.
So let's talk about that, because that's apparently the standard reaction if a patient comes to a doctor and says, I'm having dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, I'm thinking of hurting myself, I'm thinking of hurting the kids. You say, do you have a plan? That's the question you ask, right?
That's one of the questions that you ask,
If
yes.
the person says, nah, I don't have a plan, I'm just having these thoughts, then you just basically move on, give them more drugs. What do you do?
No, you don't move on. You're aware that the person has reported having those thoughts, and you've appraised the risk, and the risk has to do with things like how imminent is it, how serious is it, are there means, how is there a plan, what sort of detail is involved, and so on. And so basically what you do at that point is you take it seriously, but you also try to describe how seriously to take it.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that she was complaining through December about these unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. That's what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
That's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th. And she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Well, it was one of the worst days because things were getting more intense and difficult, and the thoughts that she was experiencing were harder to handle for her.
As a result of that, her husband, Pat, took her to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms, right? That's your testimony yesterday.
It looked from what the records reflected that anxiety was something that they were focusing on her experiencing.
And then you said in your testimony, but not so much the postpartum. What does that mean?
It means that in December, she would have been 7 months away from giving birth to Callan. And consequently, it was less likely to be postpartum than depression for other reasons, or bipolar or major depression or something like that, rather than postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, something like that.
Because you know that postpartum is not a medical diagnosis. That's just the fact that you had a baby, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And when she went to that hospital, did they provide any help for her or any medication, or what happened on December 15th?
She did not stay in the hospital very long, and so, no, she didn't remain there long enough to get the kind of help that you would usually get on an inpatient basis.
But the next day or thereabouts, she goes back to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she immediately tries to reach out for help to anybody that would listen to her, right?
She was trying hard to get help.
Now we get to December 20th. December 20th wasn't a very good day either, was it?
Well, that was the day she went to the she went to the Rhode Island hospital that had a postpartum program.
Now, you know from looking at the medical records that, in fact, it was recommended to her, I think by maybe the LASCW young lady, Letitia Dukes, but maybe I'm wrong. You're in the records. Someone told her to get in touch with this Rhode Island hospital, right?
Yes.
They specialized in postpartum care for women that possibly are going through postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, right?
Yes.
And Pat, her husband, took her and dropped her off, and then he went skiing with Cora. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by a doctor and some people, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful, but there's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are involved in.
All right, so various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to would be the employees of the hospital.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
Okay. So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of
I
that
didn't
program.
ask you about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her, as my understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified yesterday that, and I quote, they said she did not necessarily fit into their postpartum program. They did offer her 3 other programs. Remember that, sir?
Yes,
Okay. And then you indicated that patient was offered several options, including inpatient treatment for medication management, right?
yes,
A partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Where was that program?
I don't know.
Or continued outpatient management, right?
Yes,
What is that, like going to see Tufts? Outpatient management?
yes, that's living at home in the community and being treated by a psychiatrist, which is what Dr. Tufts was.
Right, well, okay. So patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes,
And she did, the next day, right?
yes,
And do you think that that a doctor who has been licensed as a physician psychiatrist, advertising that they specialize in postpartum, postnatal issues, is qualified to treat a young woman with this symptomology that she brought to that desk, to the television set?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you know that she never met, Tufts never met this girl. She never met her, ever, until she sat in that witness stand.
I understand that their treatment was done remotely.
Was remotely. So when I say the television, that's what I mean. It's like you're on Zoom, you're on whatever. I apologize for that.
Yes, yeah,
So she went the next day and actually remotely accessed a meeting with Dr. Tufts, right?
yes,
And then she went back onto her schedule with Dr. Tufts, but that didn't help so much. Is that correct? You indicated that she was still numb. She was still having suicidal ideation, things of that nature, right?
correct.
Okay. One of the things that you said, though, sir, yesterday is that her admission to the hospital was because they did not feel, and I quote, that she did not necessarily fit into their program. You recall that?
You mean their failure to accept her into the day program?
Their failure to help her, period. They told her to leave.
It's my understanding that what they said was that you don't fit with our program because it's not a postpartum phenomenon, and that's what the program is about.
Did you really read those records?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
So
I
tell me
wrote
again.
something about, in my report, I wrote something about it.
Wait for the next question, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you read the records from that Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island?
Yes,
On this jury, right?
yes.
And what was the word, the language, the word salad you just said to me that they didn't accept her because of what?
Objection.
You can rephrase that.
What was it you just said to this jury they wouldn't accept her? Why?
It was a day program for women experiencing postpartum difficulties. And their evaluation of Ms. Clancy was that her difficulties were more related to general mental health, but not particularly to postpartum difficulties.
Would it
And so
surprise-
she did not,
Go ahead.
if I might,
Yeah, you might.
if she might be more appropriate for somebody, she might be more appropriate for a general mental health program, but not so much for a postpartum day program, which is what they had. So they didn't say that you don't need help. They just said that you don't fit with our program.
Would it surprise you to know, sir, that they said that she didn't fit with their program, as you put it, because of the overlay of over-medication that her doctors had caused to that point? Do you have any memory of that at all?
There were questions that they raised about the medication.
It wasn't just questions. They said that's the reason. The secondary diagnosis as to why they wouldn't accept this young lady is because of the medications that she had been prescribed. Over-medicated.
Do
Do you recall seeing that in those records?
Yes, I recall a diagnosis of depression, which was not specified further because there were medicine complications.
Do I have to get the medical records and read them to you?
I actually have something in my report, so I
Good.
can read it back
Can
to
you
you.
pull it out and tell me
Yes.
what the discharge diagnosis was?
Exhibit 220.
Which ones are you looking for?
220, I guess. Women and Infants Hospital record.
I'm on page 18 of my report, and
Discharge diagnosis?
the records indicate a diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder and depressive disorder without further specification, and I quote, due to adverse drug effects.
Anything else?
Yes, they indicate that her chief complaint was feeling numb and crazy depressed, identified passive, suicidal ideation, notes that
I'm sure you can read all the diagnoses. My question, sir, is simple. It's on the discharge diagnosis. That's all.
yes, the discharge diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And secondary to what?
They didn't specify more about the
don't you just
depression
read it?
because it was due to adverse drug effects.
Okay. And in your review of the record, sir, did you then see that the doctor at the Women and Infants at least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her?
Dr. Gelada?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's like Captain Major, that type of thing. But Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Okay. Did they reach out to nurse practitioner Gelada?
I did not see that in the records.
Can we break here, Judge, because I gotta get the records?
All right, it's 11 o'clock. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time, and we'll come back shortly. Okay?
Boy, all rise, please. Good, I close the door, please. Okay.
Jurors are exit the courtroom.
We'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
Court stands in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
All right. You wonder if he thinks the mobile phone is Morse code? It's a television. Y'all know what's scary? That doctor who's testifying's got his hands in the pot in a lot of places. And I'm nervous about all his forensic evaluations. We've seen how Dr. Jean operates. He kind of gave us an insight into how these forensic examiners operate. This guy may not know a damn thing about the women, but he seems to know an awful lot about juveniles. Some old damn report from the 1900s on women, and how come there's no statistics on these women incarcerated in Chattahoochee? Says it's for privacy reasons or some shit. I've yet to find the case, but anyway, it's frightening because this is the kind of man right here who sits on many mental health boards and makes a lot of decisions about mental health and teaches the public about mental health. I got a problem with all that because I still, no matter how many doctors I've sat here and watched testify about bipolar disorder, they don't know what they're talking about still to this very day. They're still treating it like a cookie cutter disease. One person acts this way right here, all these people act this way. And that's not true. That guy's dangerous, right? And people really need to be reevaluating all of mental health. This guy could totally suck at what he does and how he does it. When you go to the physical doctor because you've had a heart attack, they got your life in their hands. When you go to the mental health doctor, they got your life, your baby's life, your entire family's life in their hands, making decisions about people willy-nilly. Well, the textbook says this or that. We've learned. Y'all need to go back to the drawing board and forget everything you've learned and start from scratch. Yeah, I'm not liking what I'm seeing, Morris, at all. And the things that people think they know about mental health are only coming from these freaking doctors. That's why I say, if y'all got a loved one that's in treatment, give a second thought about how you look at that person. I'm not giving advice or saying that things are wrong. I'm just saying reevaluate some things. Give it some thought. You know what I mean? It should provoke thought, if nothing else. And no, not everything's in a damn book, is it, Faye? A lot of life lessons are outside of the book, far outside of the book. And then there's so many people out there walking around that got a label slapped on them and a drug regimen that they can never take off that stigma, especially to their own family. Oh, that's just the crazy bitch in the family, right? But I can't with that. I cannot. Where's the compassion people are supposed to have for others? The understanding. You want everybody to understand your journey, right? Start understanding everybody else's. Okay,
Your
I'm
Honor,
going
for
to
the
mute
purpose
out.
of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, we ready for the jury?
God, is the jury ready for all of this? Y'all, I'm in the middle of cleaning my house while listening, so I'm typing when I hear something, especially when Reddington has his little comebacks. I'm like, yes, sir, get him. I'm in my kitchen throwing down, y'all going, get him, K Shred. I'm here with y'all. Thank y'all for joining me. And Amanda, we are so loving you in chat. Thank you. And thank y'all for your support.
Counsel? Okay. Yeah.
Amen, Faye. Amen.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session to be seated, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you. So I now have, sir, Exhibit 220, which would be the records from the Women and Infants Hospital that you read prior to coming in here today, correct?
Yes.
And when you read the records, would you agree with me, sir, that there was a history of present illness, which means they would ask Lindsay questions about how she felt, what her medications were, things like that, right?
Yes, I would.
And when you were reviewing this, did you note that she indicated that she was feeling, and I quote, because it's in quotes, crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion, end quote, quote, can't feel love, end quote, quote, my life is becoming a disaster, end quote. You saw those?
Are you quoting from the records or from my report?
Records, Exhibit 220.
Okay, yes, I would agree that those were words that were used when I reviewed the records.
And when you were talking with Lindsay, you asked her what she meant by saying she can't feel love?
Yes, she said that she felt like a shell. She felt hollow. She felt like a zombie. She felt emotionally flat as a pancake, which is also one of the phrases that was used in those records to describe her mood.
Okay. My life is becoming a disaster, quote, can't feel fear, end quote. What did that mean? Did you ask anything like that? Can't feel fear.
I didn't ask her specifically about can't feel fear. She indicated that she was she couldn't feel things emotionally that,
Worried that she is, quote, messed up beyond repair, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
that was several places, yes, including the records.
Quote, takes all the effort in the world just to breathe, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
Yes.
And in the interviews of friends and family, would you agree in this time frame, which was in December, to the end of December, that she was having difficulty even getting out of bed?
Yes.
She felt very heavy. She couldn't even walk. She had difficulty with her personal hygiene, correct?
Yes.
Was worried about how she's going to take care of her kids and feed them and watch them while Patrick was working, right?
Yes.
And one of her goals, and I quote, was to come off meds and be able to sleep, end quote.
Yes.
Now, insomnia, you'd agree with me, is very serious.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with you,
And
yes.
that can lead to any number of things, right?
Yes.
Can even lead to psychosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about the treatment plan and recommendations that the district attorney had asked you about as well. And if I may, and if you need to look at it, let me know. It says treatment plan, admit to DHP. Do you know what DHP is?
No.
Okay. Medication, recommended tapering off Seroquel, starting with 200 milligrams tonight and follow up with outpatient provider. That would be who, Gelada?
At the time, it could have been Gelada or Tufts.
And then indicating, sir, that diagnosis that we talked about, if I may approach, can you, right here, just read number 1 and 2 for the jury, please?
Number 1 is GAD, which stands for Generalized Anxiety Disorder. Number 2 is depression, unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects.
So when you rule out and have a concern about adverse drug effects, one of the things that I imagine one would do is to reach out to the person that's prescribing the drugs, right?
It's possible. There could be other strategies as well. You could change the medication. You could discontinue it. There could be a number of things.
And when you read the record, sir, again, page 9 under treatment plan, did you make note of the fact, and I quote, of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, NP, but did not receive a call back. You see that?
I may have seen that. I didn't note it in what I wrote here.
In any event, patient plans to reach out to previous provider who would be Jennifer Tufts, and she did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window, he spoke with her, is what you told this jury, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
And you never listened to that tape?
I did not.
Went into McLean Hospital, and that would be the locked wards of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday, right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir, that, well, while she was there, she continued to describe her mood as numb, denying things like that she's not having hallucinations and suicidal thoughts or homicidal thinking at the time, and that would be prior to her discharge. Is that right?
There was a lot in that question, so if you could break it down for me, I'd appreciate
No,
it.
I'm just going to ask, sir, if, would you agree with me that she indicated what her mood was prior to discharge, right? Well, as a doctor, you're not going to let somebody walk out the door of a locked ward in a hospital without making sure that, in your opinion, that it's okay for the person to be released to their home, family, things of that nature, right?
I'm looking at the part of my
Sir,
report.
can you understand my question? I don't care about your report. I'm asking you about when someone is in a hospital, you don't release them unless you feel they're not a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that question is yes.
And she was released, right, from the hospital,
Yes.
and she then was allowed to go home and go to her daughter Cora's birthday, right?
That's correct.
And this was on January 5?
January 5, yes.
And she was described in the records as being cooperative and pleasant, right?
Cooperative, pleasant, no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal ideation, mood described as good, in quotes, and not anxious.
Good for you. Anything else you want to add?
Objection.
That's sustained. Next question.
So after discharge, would you agree, sir, that she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she thought that she was off the Seroquel and felt that was what was causing her a lot of her problems, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. But the intrusive suicidal ideation and thoughts returned. Isn't that right?
Within a week, yes.
And they were pretty bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said of combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right, for the jurors to look at, the blue thing that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right. So you combine 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before, is what you indicate, and this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia, and that she was numb, right? Yet again.
Yes,
Right?
correct.
And a zombie, yet again, right?
Yes.
And she didn't see any improvement. Is that right, sir?
No, that's not right.
Okay, well, quote, in fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medications prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly new symptoms, which were insomnia. It's page 126 of your testimony. Yes, okay. All
I
right.
misunderstood your
That's
question.
all right, no problem.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then you further indicated that, moving on to number 5 on your chart, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety, getting better through medication, right?
Yes.
It was also counseling. She went to counseling through Latasha Dukes. Ms. Gelada was still treating her, correct?
The counseling was limited, but yes, that is correct. She was involved in some counseling.
So it was limited. Is that a bad thing?
In
Did this woman not want to
Objection.
go to anybody that would help her, sir? Are you trying to tell the jury that she was avoiding help?
Sustained. Next question.
So it was limited? How is it limited?
It was short-term and supportive as opposed to something where in the field you might pick a cognitive behavioral therapist, which is empirically supported for things like anxiety and depression and patience and things like that.
Who makes that decision? Does a person like this make that decision, sir? Is it up to the patient to make a decision of cognitive, whatever it is you just said?
Yes, it's certainly one of the things that an individual can do is looking for a referral from somebody who would be a cognitive behavior therapist or something like that. So yes.
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm
All set?
finished. I'm finished.
She was focusing on trying to make this anxiety and make her feelings about her feelings go away. She wanted to be herself again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? For a person to want to do that?
Not at all.
Okay. You indicated that she was concerned about resolving her problems, and the district attorney then asked you about if this is some type of her taking control of her life. You indicated that she is trying to take control of her life. Remember that?
I testified that it was important that she felt in control and that she could make things happen and improve things through focusing and discipline and hard work.
And that's what you've already agreed, that she was a person that wasn't afraid of hard work, right?
Yeah, on the contrary, she worked hard and she got a lot of results from working.
So that's not an issue that would be something that would be a black mark against her, that she's trying to take control of her life as it relates to these medications and what they're doing to her and her internal feelings of postpartum, if that's what she believed?
I was not trying to develop black marks against her. I was just trying to
I'm sorry. I
describe
thought
how
you
she
said-
thinks and
No, let him
feels and
finish.
behaves.
Sorry, you're right.
All right, next question.
I thought you said yesterday that, you put 2 marks over this category, 3 marks over this category. This is possible, that's possible. You were considering these things, right?
That was on another issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as it relates to resolving the problems, that would include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own. This is your testimony. Asking friends and family for tips. Really? You're supposed to ask friends and family for tips about your mental psychosis, your mental state?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, Dr. Helbron testified yesterday as it relates to, in response to questions from the district attorney about her resolving her problems, including talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, and asking friends and family for tips.
Objection, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that good medical advice, sir? To tell a sick person who comes to a doctor for help to go ask their friends and family for tips?
One of the things I would say is that when you want very much to improve, you of course ask your doctor and whoever else you're working with, but you might also ask other people in the family or friends any recommendations that they might have. That's sort of something that you do.
And when you say sort of something you do, what are you referring to? The women that come to a doctor and the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and ask for help, that they should go talk to their neighbors?
I think that one of the things that's kind of a natural human inclination is to talk to people who are close to you, friends and family and so on, and say, this is a problem I'm having. Do you have any advice, or can you help in any way?
And then over the course of the time that she was going through this experience into late January, she had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in January?
Your word, sir, for late January.
Objection. If we could have the question and the response.
Yeah, good. Next question, go ahead.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr. Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse reaction? What does that mean?
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
Sorry?
Oh, okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Do you
Objection.
believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as to the form.
Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts and Gelada was good?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know. That's not something that I evaluated as part of my evaluation of Ms. Clancy.
You testified yesterday that she was returning to exercising in December. And then the district attorney followed up and indicated, well, she went to the Kingsbury Club in December. Remember that question?
I don't actually.
No? Do you know what the Kingsbury Club is? It sounds pretty fancy.
I don't actually.
Do you know that it's just an exercise place with a pool? You can bring your kids in a little restaurant?
Once again, I don't know what the Kingsbury Club is.
Well, there's no problem with a woman trying to exercise to try to avoid drugs and try to get herself out of any depressed state that she might be in after having a baby, right? No problem with that.
On the contrary, it's a good idea if she can do it, and it's something that she used exercise all her life to help manage her mood and do better.
One of the questions the DA asked you yesterday is about the manic state or hypomanic state, and exercise or things of that nature. And you answered that she did some exercise. Well, she did more than some exercise right after having Callan, didn't she?
She did.
What did she do?
She got up at 4 a.m. She ran 3 miles. She did half an hour on the Peloton, did an exercise class. So she was doing a fair amount of exercise.
How about a road race shortly after she had the baby?
Yes, it's my understanding that she did that too, yes.
During that period of time while she's exercising and running and road races and all the rest, sir, would you agree, sir, that that coincided with the same time that they were involved with the cleaning out of the garage and removing property and selling things? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that at the same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television, where she's selling people things like videos and lost money doing it?
Would I agree what?
Would you agree that she was selling videos online and it turned out that it was a scam and she lost her money?
I would agree that she was involved in something like that. I didn't know
Okay,
that she
so
lost
we
her
have
money.
the exercise, we have the scam, we have the hypo-cleaning, all of that. Would you agree that that is just a little bit indicative of what you said to this jury that you were struggling over, trying to find mania, manic, hypomania? Agree with that?
I would agree that those could be symptoms of a manic episode, which I was having a hard time identifying as she was clearly experiencing something like that. But I did end up with a diagnosis of bipolar 2, and that reflected my thinking that some of those things that Mr. Reddington has just described could be symptoms of a manic disorder, although less serious than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about anxiety, that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Justin, will you approach sidebar?
Sure. Yeah, Counselor.
Man, this guy's having a hard time maintaining his testimony here. Reddington keeps tripping him up. He's not like he honed in on like a yeah, she's this and that except for this day here, and this time frame here, and this 1 hour here. This guy's not like he's not making a lot of sense. Let's see.
Good, she felt on top of the world. He asked you a question yesterday, sir, and it was in reference to doing things, and I quote, like exercise to complement medication and therapy. And your answer, and I quote, well, if it works, if it doesn't work for some people. It and the use effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere your life a little bit. What did you mean by that?
I mean that exercise is something that isn't useful for managing anxiety for some people, but for other people it's quite useful.
Okay. In reference to determination as to a manic episode. Your response, sir, was that there were times when she felt, as she described it, after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids and so on, but it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode, so much that it looked like she was feeling good and getting back into exercise and stuff.
Yes.
That was your answer yesterday. Is that in reference to the struggle that you had to try to get to a manic episode? That's what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
The answer is yes? Can I ask him off the transcript for her? She can cover it? I'd like to read it first. Okay. When you were talking with her in Tewksbury, either you or the other guy in the hospital, interviewing her one of those 3 days,
Yes.
let me back up. Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory while they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact, the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't?
It's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So, for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists and after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you pause?
There are a number of things that I don't think are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
Do you recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote, as though she were watching herself commit the killings and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do. Do you remember saying that this
I
morning?
do,
sir?
yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black letter definition with profound disassociation?
My testimony was,
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
no, it is
So
consistent.
the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the
I'm
rest
sure
of the
you were,
answer.
but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I?
You used,
Read, sir, hello, did I read what your words were this morning?
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Helbrin told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and/or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah.
Is it consistent
Okay.
with disassociation?
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
And briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where your sense of time and your sense of self are altered, and it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you.
And at disassociation, you'd agree, in the DSM, using that book, is in fact defined as an altered mental state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in your evaluations of Lindsay after you guys had the chance to speak to her and consider all of the documentation, your opinion ended up, using your words, being in your mind two possible explanations? We talked about that, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were some possible things that made me believe that there was severe mental illness involved, right?
Yes, there
And
were.
there was severe mental illness involved, right?
There were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just a
And-
question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I
And
did.
thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Okay, well,
Thought broadcasting,
see what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they were in her mind, intrusive thoughts?
She was afraid of that, and so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right, hold on, please.
I can't be more
The
clear,
question,
Judge.
all right? And then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Did she, according to Dr. Halburn's review, all the information in all the hours of talking,
Yes,
determine that she was afraid that people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
yes.
Who did she say that to? Not just who?
Well, she said it to me.
Okay?
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not that you're not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick,
Okay?
and she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well,
to
how
my
can you come in here and
recollection.
testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud and, I mean, that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts? Read that.
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right, but when I asked you if there were any, so that refreshed your memory, that there was another person that she was concerned about?
Yes, I believe that's right, yes.
How about her friends? Do you recall her telling her friends that she was worried about the teachers being able to read her thoughts?
I do not.
You indicated yesterday that one of the concerns or one of the issues or possibilities was, at the time of the killings, was acute psychosis, right?
I thought one of the possible
Is
explanations.
that, I don't want to let you run off, sir.
No, Counsel, next question.
Do you agree, sir, that you testified yesterday that at the time of the killings, one of the possible concerns that you had was whether or not there was an acute psychosis?
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state. at
So
the
the
time.
answer is yes, right?
No, overruled.
That's what you said yesterday, right?
Not exactly the way you phrased it, and that's what
Okay.
I'm responding to.
Yesterday, sir, you were asked, the next part of the evidence or what you saw against acute psychosis, and you referenced this discussion of whether this was postpartum. So let's stop there for a minute. Again, you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. But the reason that it was not, as you put it, postpartum, is because she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Calvin, right?
Yes.
And most of the explanations from the authorities, like DSM-5, would point to maybe 1 month after birth, or maybe give a little bit, maybe 2 months after birth, or something like that. That's what you said yesterday. to the
Yes.
jury. And what's that based on in Dr. Heldman's mind? What's that cut off about? 1 month, maybe 2?
It's based on what DSM-5 says, or the Cleveland Clinic actually said 6 to 8 weeks, if you look at their website. So it's based on accepted authority within the field.
Uh-huh. Is the World Health Organization accepted authority in the field?
It's one accepted authority, yes.
Okay, and what do they say?
I don't know what they say.
But would you be surprised if I told you they say up to a year that a woman can be experiencing postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression? Up to a year or even longer?
There are different kinds of outcomes and time periods that different
I'm
organizations
not asking
use.
about outcomes and time periods. I'm asking about the World Health Organization cutoff for a woman with postpartum depression or psychosis. What's the time frame?
Well, I don't know.
And then you indicated, now, it could be something else, and there was certainly some stuff that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January, but it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was 8 months after giving birth to Callan. And if you look at two sources of authority, which I relied on, the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic, then neither one of those would suggest that postpartum was the more likely explanation as opposed to something else.
So, if we put aside the DSM, when was the DSM? Strike that. Would you agree that the DSM virtually only mentions the whole concept of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression in 2 paragraphs?
I would agree that they don't consider it to be a mental diagnosis in the same sense that other diagnostic areas are described in that manual.
Okay. Think that should change?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Do I think it should change?
Yeah, you.
The way I look at this is that the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic and the World Health Organization reflect different outcomes, and I think that one of the things that they do on the conservative end is they reflect something that is basically a month, a month or 2 months, and something else on the very extended end is a good bit longer. I think it depends on a number of things in terms of how it changes, and I'm not in a position to offer an informed opinion on that, really.
Obviously.
Objection.
It'll be stricken.
Doctor, if Ms. Clancy had a genuine command hallucination, which in fact did cause her to feel compelled to carry out the killing of her children
Yes.
and herself, would you agree that she lacks substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? If
That
in
would-
fact that was a genuine command hallucination that she believed?
That would depend on a number of things. It would depend, for
Let's
example,
not go through a number of things. So your answer is no?
and my answer would be it depends.
Okay, so it depends.
Next question.
Would you agree, sir, that in December of 2022, and she told you that at that time frame she had these thoughts that were in her head that would, quote, pop into her head, intrusive thoughts that included that her brain was damaged and that she had to kill herself? And she told you that, right?
She did.
Do you believe that she was telling you the truth, sir?
Yes.
I stand corrected in one regard, sir. This morning I started off my questions by asking you about 49 years ago when you published an article on postpartum psychosis, and you agreed. You were in college or something, but in fact, it was not postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, wasn't it?
I'd have to think back 49 years, but I think that's right, yes.
Transcripts of interviews with 32 schizophrenic patients, 15 male, 17 female, all with primary or secondary paranoid symptomology, were edited only to delusion-relevant material. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
It does.
Okay, so it wasn't postpartum psychosis. You've never written about postpartum psychosis, right?
That's right.
Okay. So finally, sir, would you agree, and if you don't, just say, no, I don't agree. Postpartum depression. Are there tests that can be administered to? I'm not talking about a guy who's upset about his job. I'm talking about a woman who's just had a baby, who's going through the postpartum period, exhibiting signs of depression and or psychosis, okay?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me? A person can complain that they're less able to laugh or see the funny side of their life. Is that a symptom, sir, if you know?
Are you asking me if that's a symptom of postpartum depression specifically or depression more generally?
Oh, no, I'm asking you about postpartum depression, sir. That's what I'm talking about right now.
All right.
Okay? Do you agree that a patient would complain that they're less able to laugh and see the funny side of life?
That's a symptom of depression.
All right, you're going
Could
to
be
tell me it's a
postpartum
symptom
or
of
it could
depression
be-
constantly. My question is, do you agree that it's a symptom of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. Not looking forward to things.
And let me just say.
Oh, no, I don't want to let you do anything. Can you just tell me if stopping looking forward to things is a complaint that is common to postpartum depression?
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason.
Yes.
And Lindsay complained of anxiety and being worried for no good reason constantly, right?
Yes.
She blamed herself for a lot of things in her life. Isn't that right?
She did, yes.
And she was not looking forward to the future. She was not happy with her life in the sense of the way she felt and wanted to go back to the way she was, right?
That's right.
How about complain? When I say complain, I don't mean complaining. It's just that that's the language you guys use. Complained about overwhelmed. Her day is overwhelming.
Yes.
So unhappy that she would cry constantly.
Yes.
Sad and miserable.
Yes.
Thoughts of harming herself, which is, according to the Mass Department of Mental Health, a flag in and of itself. She had thoughts of harming herself, right?
She did.
Okay, so those are all of the postpartum depression symptoms that a person can have, according to Mass General Hospital's 3-year review of postpartum depression and psychosis. So she hit all of these symptoms, right?
Those are symptoms of postpartum depression. They're also symptoms of depression
I don't
broadly.
care what I'm asking you, sir, are they symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
All right. And there's a tool that psychologists can use with a woman who's coming to a doctor for help because of the symptoms of postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that tool?
I don't know what the tool is, but I'm sure there is a measure of it, yes, of postpartum depression.
Okay. Have you ever used that measure?
I have not.
Have you ever read about it?
Possibly.
Do you even know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
How about postpartum psychosis, sir? Same study. Hearing voices or a voice commanding a person to act. That's in the DSM, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Command hallucinations, yes.
Delusional beliefs or distorted reality is a symptom that a person can complain of, right?
Delusional beliefs, yes, or
And
fixed false
distorted
beliefs,
reality.
yes.
Yeah, it's just next statement. Confused, disorganized thinking. She had that, right? It's in your report, I think, that she was baking or making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
She was, yes, she was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious and worried for no good, strike that, apologize. Severe sleep deprivation, she had that, right?
Yes.
Rapid mood swings, she had that, right?
Not sure she had that.
Well, how about the time that Patrick told you that she would repeatedly find herself in the living room on the sofa and bury her head in the pillow and rock back and forth, crying hysterically?
When you said mood swings, that implies that at one moment you're feeling down and sad and depressed, and in another moment you're feeling quite differently. So
Right, and
I
then
don't
she
see
took
that
the
the
kids.
mood swings she had.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I don't see that she was experiencing mood swings so much as she was experiencing symptoms of sadness and feeling down and lack of motivation, which are symptoms of depression.
What is akathisia? A-K-A-S-T-H-E-S-I-A, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
Okay. Feeling overwhelmed. She felt overwhelmed?
She did, yes.
Not herself, family seeing the change? Obviously, right?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, not herself, semicolon, family seeing the change.
Yes, correct.
Lord knows, I mean, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, her mother, her father, her husband, neighbors, people could see the change in her, right?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Continuing on with postpartum psychosis. Not herself, thoughts of harming her children. That's a big red flag, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay. Thoughts of suicide. She complained of that, right?
correct.
Poor insight. She had poor insight at the end of January, didn't she?
I would not say she had poor insight. No, I think she understood pretty much where she was and the difficulty she was having, and was aware of a number of things about that.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judy Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, those symptoms that Attorney Reddington just read you about postpartum depression, are those also symptoms for general depression?
There are symptoms for general depression. They are to some extent symptoms of major depression, which is a more extreme example, a more extreme version of general depression. And there are also symptoms of bipolar disorder and bipolar 2. And I thought at the end of this evaluation that her correct diagnosis was bipolar 2.
And why was that?
One of the reasons, as I testified yesterday, is that she has been in Tewksbury for 3.5 years, and that is her diagnosis of record, bipolar disorder. But what that indicates to me is that having had the chance to see her, prescribe medications, and do a number of things, that they really think that she has a mood disorder of a fluctuating kind, a bipolar sort, as opposed to a major depression or some other kind of disorder.
Now, you were asked by defense counsel about the fact that you interviewed Ms. Clancy a little over 3 years after she killed her children. And your testimony was it's better to interview the person as soon as possible, right?
Correct.
But you were able to watch Dr. Resnick's interview of the defendant about 3.5 months after the incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to review all of her records leading up to when she killed the children, and then after she killed the children all the way up to present day, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you typically have when you do these forensic reviews, that much information, medical history and information on a patient?
I had more records information in this case than I have ever had in my career.
And so, and also, were you aware that you weren't allowed to interview the defendant until the court gave permission?
I really wasn't. I didn't know how the process worked.
But as soon as you were informed that you could meet with the defendant, you did, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that you had all of these resources, the records, the prior interviews, the recorded interviews of witnesses, the criminal file, the collateral interviews that you did that in any way aid you in overcoming whatever deficits you might have had in interviewing her 3 years later?
It did, yes.
And how so?
Because of how extensive the records were from different people, different observations, different times, and so on, they, in effect, created something that I would have tried to do myself if there had been fewer records available. So I would have tried, for example, to...
Well, I'm going to object to what he would have done.
No, overruled.
I would have tried to conduct a number of collateral interviews. I would have tried to go out and get some of the records myself if they'd not been available and provided to me. Usually I have to work a lot harder to get 10% of the records that I had in this case.
And you were provided with her complete psychiatric history from September through present day, correct?
I was.
Now, you were asked about being retained by our office and speaking to the prosecutors in the case. Did anyone from my office or myself or Ms. Buckingham ever tell you what your decision or what your evaluation should say in this case?
No.
And did we ever put any pressure on you in any way, shape, or form to come out on what defense counsel calls our side?
No.
And he also asked you about your interview itself with the defendant. At any point in time, was your conversation with Ms. Clancy hostile or aggressive or rude in any way?
No.
Did she ever ask you to stop and say she couldn't do it any longer?
She did not.
In fact, she declined a break at one point in time, correct?
For one of the days, yes. That was the third day.
Prior to reading the records in this case, did you form an opinion as to what her criminal responsibility was?
No. In fact, I worked very hard to avoid forming any kind of opinion until very late in the process when I'd had the chance to go through all the records, do the 3 days of evaluation, do the collateral interviews, and get everything I could have, because that's the kind of thing that helps you handle what's been referred to as confirmation bias, which is starting out with a good idea or a conclusion and then being drawn to the things that support that and avoiding the things that don't.
Would an example of confirmation bias be giving a press conference in which you diagnose a patient before you even do an evaluation of that patient? And then finding that same diagnosis that you initially made?
Well, an example of that would be saying before you had ever met with somebody that I have a diagnosis, and then meeting with them and then possibly resulting in your providing that diagnosis. So it could well be an influence of associated with confirmation bias.
Now, you were asked about the defendant telling you that she didn't like to leave the children and how that was, how that impacted your evaluation of the defendant. And I think you were cut off on your answer. So if you could just tell us what you saw in terms of, or heard from the defendant in terms of her not wanting to leave her children and how that impacted or influenced your evaluation.
That was an important consideration.
Objection, it's not responsive.
No, I'll go ahead.
If you could answer.
Yeah. That was an important consideration because one of the things that would go through your mind if you decided to take your own life would be something very important to you, like your children. And over a number of years and in a number of different...
Sorry?
This is way outside the scope of cross-examination.
No, I would allow this. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Over a number of years and in a number of different contexts, she didn't like to leave the kids. So the question might be if you were possibly inclined to think about taking your own life, what would happen with the kids? And would they suffer without you? And could other people take care of them? And that turned out to be something that I thought was consistent with not wanting to leave your kids and not wanting them to suffer and so on. It all went together in how she thought about her own kids, felt about her own kids.
You were also asked by defense counsel in cross-examination about the defendant's concerns about taking Zoloft while breastfeeding. Do you recall in your interview with the defendant when she mentioned that as a result of her practice in labor and delivery as a nurse, she was aware that millions of pregnant women and postpartum women took Zoloft with no problem?
I do not recall that, no.
But that would be in your interview if it happened?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you about your answer from direct testimony about all of the prescriptions and the different doctors being confusing. But being confusing was your description of seeing all that information, not the defendant's description, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And could you explain that and how it was confusing in what way?
She had a number of diagnoses that people assigned to her, a number of symptoms, and one of the things that she experienced is that people were saying that she had something pretty minor, adjustment disorder with anxiety or adjustment disorder with mild depression or things like that, all the way up to things that were really major and really severe, postpartum psychosis, that sort of thing. And there were a number of things in between. So she was not sure what they were saying, and she was not sure whether they were prescribing the right medication for her, and even if it was something that she experienced, whether she was reacting badly to that medication. So that's basically my understanding, that there were a lot of things that people said, mental health care providers. Some of them were pretty minor as far as what was wrong with her, and some of them were not minor.
And in terms of the defendant being unsure about the effects the medication was having on her, she expressed a specific concern about Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And what was her concern about Seroquel?
It was giving her big problems with sleeping, and she thought that part of the numbness and not being able to feel and that sort of thing was associated with that medication as well. So she thought it was really affecting her badly.
And after she went to McLean Hospital, she was no longer on any of those medications that she had been on from September through December, correct?
Correct.
And she had been weaned off the Seroquel in particular, correct?
Yes.
And so after leaving McLean Hospital, the two medications she was on upon discharge was Trazodone and Valium, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about thought broadcasting and the defendant thinking that people could hear her thoughts. And you said there was some difference there between thought broadcasting and what the defendant explained to you was happening. Could you tell us what she said to you in your interview and how that impacted your evaluation?
Yes, she said that they were thoughts. They were unwelcome and intrusive thoughts, but they were thoughts just like many people would have. And if they were particularly insistent, or they were particularly vivid thoughts, then you might think that, oh, people can pick this up from what I'm experiencing. But that is not a psychotic symptom, having vivid thoughts. On the other hand, if you hear a voice like somebody might hear my voice, it's an external sort of a thing, then that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And so I tried to ask her to describe the difference between the two and specify whether it was an external voice, which would have been an hallucination, or an internal thought, which would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. And she said, except for on January 24th, what she was experiencing were thoughts rather than hallucinations.
So internal thoughts versus external auditory hallucinations. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you if before all of these medications and before all the treatment if Lindsay Clancy was a happy woman. But didn't she go to Dr. Tufts in the first place because she was struggling?
She was anxious about returning to work. She had been having a very good time with her family that summer, but as the fall approached and Patrick's paternity leave expired and she was thinking about returning to work and scheduled to return to work, that made her anxious.
And so it's not as if Dr. Tufts went to her home randomly and handed her a prescription. She actually went to Dr. Tufts with some mental health concerns, and Dr. Tufts treated her, correct?
Yes.
And from your review of the records and from everything that you've learned in this case, including your interviews with her, is it accurate that Ms. Clancy never told any of her providers, any of her medical providers, or any of the hospitals that she visited that she had thoughts of harming her children?
That is my recollection, that she did not share that information with any mental health providers.
And in your review of the records for Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Delata, mental health workers Letitia Dukes, and also at McLean Hospital, isn't it true, isn't it accurate, that in all of those records, it indicates that the defendant denied suicidal ideation, denied homicidal ideation, denied auditory hallucinations, denied visual hallucinations, except for saying that she felt suicidal in December?
Yes, that is accurate.
And isn't it accurate that throughout those records, they all document, all those providers document that there are no signs or symptoms of psychosis that are either observable or that she reported?
Yes, that is accurate.
Now, you were asked about her visit to women and infants in Rhode Island, and defense counsel asked you if they refused to help her and told her to leave. But they did offer to help her, didn't they? They offered her 3 different programs. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they referred her elsewhere to programs that they thought were more appropriate for what was wrong with her.
And reading from page 9 of Exhibit 220 in the records, it states, currently she is complaining of insomnia and mental numbness, which she attributes to taking Seroquel. She desires to down titrate the Seroquel and work on getting better sleep. Because her symptoms occurred late in postpartum period and are not clearly related to perinatal factors, the patient was advised that the WIH-DHP, which would be the Women and Infants Hospital postpartum program, is not a suitable treatment facility for her. This was discussed with both patient and husband, and both are in agreement with this. Patient's husband feels strongly that patient has been over-medicated and misdiagnosed. Patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And so it was Patrick who said that she was over-medicated, correct?
Well, he was one of the 2 of them who said that. She also thought that she was over-medicated.
But the people at Women and Infants Hospital, the ones who are doing the evaluation, don't say in their diagnosis that she was over-medicated. They list adverse drug effects, correct?
They listed rule out adverse drug effects.
And what does it mean when they write in a diagnosis, rule out adverse drug effects?
It means it's possible, but it has yet to be confirmed.
And there's nowhere in the diagnosis any doctor or mental health professional saying that she was in fact over-medicated, correct? In the diagnosis portion here?
Oh, of women and infants?
Yes, I'm sorry, women and infants.
Yes, I did not see anything like that.
And is there a difference between being over-medicated and having adverse drug effects?
Well, I think you're asking a medical question right now, and I'm a psychologist, not a medical professional, so I don't think I'm going to answer that.
Okay. Now, in the diagnosis, you stated earlier that there was general anxiety disorder, correct?
Among the diagnoses, yes.
And depression unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects, correct?
Yes.
So that means depression, but you have to look further into it to rule out or rule in whether or not the medication's having an effect.
Yes.
So that's not sure, that's not saying she's depressed because of the medication, correct?
They was just saying it's possible. Need to look into it.
And in this, what I just read to you, the defendant was telling them that she thought it was the Seroquel and she wanted to titrate down, meaning slowly go off of the medication, correct?
Yes.
And then she went to Dr. Tufts after this and to nurse practitioner Gelada, and nurse practitioner Gelada actually gave her a prescription to titrate down, correct?
Yes.
Exactly what the defendant was looking for, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked by defense counsel about the defendant getting worse and worse and worse, but was that between September and December, or was that in January?
It didn't begin until October when she began taking the medication. And she seemed to get worse and worse into November and December. And then following her discharge from McLean on January 5th, she seemed to be somewhat improved in different ways, including her sleep was better and her mood was slightly better and things like that. So if I had to describe it, it was worse from October into November into December, and then somewhat better and somewhat improving in January.
And you were asked by defense counsel about, you had mentioned cognitive behavioral therapy might be something that someone would look into, and he asked you if that was on the patient to do that, correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Were you aware that there are searches on the defendant's cell phone where she looked up cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT therapy?
Yes.
And so she was actively engaging in her treatment and looking up that type of therapy, correct?
That was one of a number of things that she was searching for information on and looking for, yes.
And despite searching for information on it and looking for, she never made an appointment, to your knowledge, for that type of therapy?
To my knowledge, she did not.
You were asked about peritraumatic disassociation, about how a person feels outside of their body watching what they're doing. Did I describe that accurately?
Yes.
And in that scenario where someone might be experiencing that during a traumatic event, does that mean they're not in control of what they're doing?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means it kind of influences their perception and their memory and so on, but it doesn't completely remove their self-control.
You were asked about psychosis and whether someone in psychosis would automatically act on a command hallucination, and you said, and not be responsible, and you said it depends.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Why does it depend?
Because symptoms of psychosis, including command hallucinations, don't necessarily take away your knowledge, your understanding, or your self-control. They can in some instances, but in other instances, they don't. And one of the things that people do to try to retain more control is things like distracting themselves, praying, doing other things that that basically make a difference in terms of supporting and boosting their self-control. And so there's no automatic connection between any mental disorder, including psychotic mental disorders, and the legal standard for knowing that something is wrong or conforming one's conduct to the requirements of the law. That's why we go through all this in such detail.
Well, next question.
Doctor, can someone who is experiencing psychosis with a command hallucination, can that person know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
It's outside, way outside the scope of questions.
Next question.
And can someone who is experiencing psychosis conform their behavior to the law?
Same objection.
No, overruled.
In some cases, they can, yes.
And is that what you were talking about just a few moments ago, when someone can be in a state of psychosis, hearing a command telling them to do something, and they try to avoid doing what they're told to do?
Yes.
And you gave some examples, but someone trying to distract themselves with music or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop objecting, but I have a standing objection to the leading judge. This is my objection.
All right. It's redirect. I'll allow the Commonwealth to use a leading question to direct the witness to a certain area of inquiry, and then just non-leading questions at that point.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
Couple of things. Sir, first of all, counsel was asking you a question about the inconsistent statement or what have you. You indicated, sir, if I stand corrected, you administered a test, the MMPI, to her, right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the categories.
Beyond the scope.
No, she asked about inconsistent statements.
No, yeah, overruled.
Is the K scale or the lie scale, right? Yes or no? Just please, yes or no?
The MMPI does have a K scale.
Okay.
And it
And
does
that
have an
measures-
L scale.
That measures if a person, to you, as the administering psychologist, is bluntly lying, right?
No.
Okay. Does it also, in your testing, determine if the person is exaggerating their symptoms?
Yes, it's
Okay,
much
the answer is
closer
yes.
to that.
The answer is yes, thank you. And when you administered the test to Lindsay, close to 3 years later, you indicated that it was the fact that it was late that you administered the test. It was testing her at the time it was administered, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that, the results, by the way, if I understand, looking at your transcript of testimony, is regardless of all of your explanations about MMPI and the other psychological testing, she was not elevated on anything except for suicide scale, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So she wasn't, according to the testing you administered when you saw her with Mac, exaggerating, lying, malingering, anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you did in your report, sir, is regarding the lying or the malingering, is you made reference to, I believe, Dr. Resnick, Philip Resnick. You know him, right?
I do.
He's a significant authority in the field of filicide. Is that right?
He is.
And Dr. Resnick indicated, sir, that his opinion as to the lack of malingering, and as well as yours, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you made reference to one of Dr. Resnick's articles, actually, in your report, correct?
Some of his research on...
The answer is yes. We can make this easy. The answer is yes. Did you look at and cite Dr. Philip Resnick's research report?
His research, yes, I
Okay.
did.
And are you aware, sir, that what you cited is outdated? Are you familiar with the 2012 article by Dr. McCarthy Jones collaborating with Dr. Resnick talking about the largest study of hallucinations ever conducted in the world?
I'm aware that as a researcher, you build on some of the
No,
things...
not what us researchers do. Are you aware of that report?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that that study was after the report that you cited in your report, and it involved 191 individuals who were asked almost 400 questions about auditory hallucinations? You aware of that?
No.
And are you aware, sir, that in fact it was determined that auditory hallucinations can come from within and it can come from without in that report? You're not aware of that, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Only other thing, there's been a lot of talk about how you had to wait, took a while, you had to get court orders to visit with Lindsay to conduct your investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not suggesting or trying to leave with this jury that it was me or my office that interfered or impeded. I think the question was that you were unable to see her. I had nothing to do with that, right?
Objection. Was sidebar?
No.
Yeah, come on.
They are at sidebar, but I wouldn't be surprised when they come back from sidebar. It'll be lunchtime. But yeah, once upon a time in the United States, the only way to get rid of a woman's diseased thyroid was through radiation iodine therapy. That's what Indy had to go through, and my mom. By the time mine was removed, about 11 years later, I think, maybe, I have to really think about it, then surgery was now the option. But when my mom was given the radiation iodine therapy and I researched it, I was like, why is Europe removing these diseased things with surgery? What's up, US? It's dangerous to do this radio iodine active shit. My mom had so many precautions she had to follow. Uh, um, the Xanax, in my opinion, kills a panic attack in its tracks. And when you have extreme panic attacks from the top of your head to your toes, it works. But they're highly addictive. They shouldn't be long term. For me, the Ativan worked better. It longer lasting, a lot more cleaner. Couldn't tell I took a thing when I took it, and I stopped cold turkey. There was no addiction. But that's me, right? And I'm a very different. My body is a completely different being than most people's. Look, there's a lot of things that helped me get to sleep, but nothing helped me sleep. Okay, if that makes sense. Xanax are going to make you tired. It's designed to do that. Um, Ativan didn't. I could function all day and be fine. But trazodone, there's nothing wrong with trazodone if it's taken appropriately by itself at night before bed. It will help you get there. Staying there's a different being. Now it may affect other people because we all know it's safe for the dogs, but it's not a bad medication. It's the SSRIs that are the huge problem here. And then they're throwing other things like the Valium, which is an old school nerve medicine. I don't even know why they brought that into the mix for her. They gave her the Klonopin at one point, which is the same class as Xanax and Ativan. That's what it will help with. So there's different reasons you prescribe these different drugs. This helps with your anxiety, your Ativan, your Xanax, and your Valium. This helps with your sleep, the trazodone. Why the hell they ever gave that woman an antipsychotic medication like Seroquel is beyond me. Why they give it to me is still beyond me. And I'm requesting all my medical records now. I got a lot of questions. That dissociation, I felt it every single time I took a Seroquel. And I just had this talk again with my sister yesterday. Like, it's wild, y'all.
Commonwealth?
Uh-oh.
All right, thank you, Doug. You can sit down, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth got told the business. Oh, no break for lunch yet.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. We'll come back.
Do it.
Commonwealth will call their last witness. So during lunch, you know the drill. Don't talk about it. Don't read about it. Don't listen to it. Put it out of your head. We'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all right.
I don't know. I had my surgery was fine. I didn't have any issues with well, I did post-op. I had a little blood clot. But that was kind of scary, but the doctor, she showed up in no time. The minute I told that nurse something is incredibly wrong, I felt a massive panic attack coming on. I knew something was horribly wrong. That nurse could tell. She called that doctor, and that lady was there in 5 minutes, it seemed like. She was like, "Oh, honey, you got a little blood clot. Let me fix you up." After that, I was fine. I breezed through the surgery. Recovery was good to go, and yeah, I never gained all that weight they promised me, though.
Just before 2 o'clock,
No, Your Honor.
counsel? All right. We'll see everybody at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
See everybody at 2 o'clock. Trazodone, I took it the first time, and it like sent me like bouncing off the walls. The very first time I tried to tell that doctor, she got all mad at me. She's like, "You'll take what I prescribe." Y'all, I'm not going to sit here and lie on nothing. I threw it at her. I tossed it across the desk. I was in a mental health doctor's office, so I knew better than to throw it at her. Come on. My affect would have been different than my intention. But I tossed it at her, and I said, "You take it. Tell me how it works." And she didn't like that none. I got up and walked out. No, the worst medicine of all they ever tried me on was that Seroquel. It was freaking horrible. I was not in my own body. I literally could know this. I even said to my sister, "Something's wrong. It's not right." It was a horrible experience with that medication. Zoloft was a horrible experience. And when they prescribe you an anxiety medication, you go to the doctor and you just complain of anxiety and insomnia. Okay? Then they're going to tell you you're all these things, and you're like, "No, I've got anxiety and insomnia," right? And then they start trying to help you get there, help you with your sleep, help you with your anxiety. That they determine, though, your anxiety is brought on by your depression that you're not recognizing. So now we got to treat that with an SSRI. You can't just have that anxiety medication. You have to have the SSRI with it, or you can't have it. That's what they're not telling people. That's how it works. You cannot have that Ativan without that Zoloft, girl. You're just trying to get drugs. The SSRI is what fixes you. Like, no, it's messing me up worse. I just need the anxiety to fucking settle down a minute, and I would like to get a good night's sleep. End of story. Then you go and you test the woman's thyroid, and they're like, "Holy hell, honey, no wonder you're all out of whack and got all that anxiety." This little tiny thyroid here is spitting. I have hyper, so mine was just spitting out a thyroid. They call it a thyroid storm. Just pushing all kind of poison out to my body. Then my body thinks it's a bad organ. It's diseased. Now we got to attack it. And then it's on. It is fucking on. My body is in a turmoil and a fight for its own life. And I'm just at its mercy at that point, right? Now I'm full of anxiety and I can't sleep. There you go. But I was diagnosed with, turns out, bipolar 2. Never suffered depression a day in my life. And I will die on that hill. I don't even know what depression feels like. I do. I take that back. When my daughter died, yeah, absolutely a year of depression. But I allowed myself that time to move through every bit of what I was feeling, knowing I was going to come out on the other side one day, right? There's a lot of self-work that goes into a lot of this, and these doctors aren't getting there. I'll go color. That'll help you. Do some art therapy, take a walk, get some exercise, and talk to all your friends. You will feel better. That's the same bullshit society told women when they said you can all go back to work and raise the babies. Here, we'll help you. What? You're giving pointers? Oh, don't tell them you made a list. Don't give your friends pointers to make a list to help you remember and leave a list for the babysitter with instructions on your most valued possession, your children. You'll be labeled as a controlling person. Huh. Does your husbands make lists? Or they leave it up to you to make the fucking list to remind them of what they got to do this weekend? Let's see. Good God Almighty. What are y'all saying in chat? Enough about what I got to say. Hold on a minute. What's my chatters saying? Well, here's the thing about blood testing women with thyroid disease. Upon my own research, when I confronted the doctor with it, he could not deny it. Every single lab has a different set of parameters as to what's borderline and what's normal. And every single time I was tested, you're borderline, honey. I'm in a full-blown attack right now, and y'all calling it borderline? Because the blood test said, well, your TS and your TS, was it TH3 and your 4s aren't quite elevated enough so that your blood test says you're just borderline, honey. We don't put you on meds for borderline shit. Like, what? I feel horrible, right? No, you're just borderline today. Go home, you'll be fine. So they can take their blood test and, stick it where the sun don't shine. Because I had to wait on that test to show a problem for them to buy that I had a problem. Because the test just said I was borderline. I should have been okay with borderline, right? You're just borderline. You'll be semi-anxious and semi-insomnia. What the fuck? Ugh. I know everything I have is related to my thyroid. I am well schooled in Hashimoto's thyroiditis. My mother, me, and my child have it. I can't afford not to be well schooled in this disease, right? I know all the options and treatments available. I know all the havoc it will wreak on a fucking body, male or female. I know already. Just waiting on society to catch up to all that. I've tried to scream it from the rooftops within my own people, right? Especially where my mom was concerned. Now, maybe they'll hear me. Now, do I think I'm bipolar on some degree? Absolutely. Not because of no depression, but because I can get up and run circles around most people. And there's days I don't feel like I need to sleep at all. But I don't even care anymore. That's who I am. What the fuck? I'm not going to take a magic pill to fix any of it. I'm just at a point in my life now where I can roll with the flow. I have no anxiety. I sit in my peace. I have no doctor telling me what I am and what I ain't. Right? None of that. Let's take a look at my short video, y'all, of K-Shred taking DePetro to school. I can't stand little DePetro man. Little man. He tried to make himself relevant in Karen Reed. He tried to make himself relevant in Nancy Guthrie. And he's trying to make himself relevant here. Like, we're just like, dude, go away. Go live stream and cuss and discuss with Jacob. She could use a helping hand, and so could you. This was epic. Thanks to the Clippers out there. Okay. This was on Twitter, guys, where I found it. Or X, whatever the hell Elon wants to call it today. It's Elon's world over there, and we just all live in it. Elon be trying to entice me to get verified. I'm like, bitch, I am verified. I do not need your blue check to make it official. You money-hungry little bastard. All right. Sorry, any Elon fans, but the dude's rich enough. Why do I got to pay that man to verify myself? So people on X, what, believe me more or follow you? What's the point? Never mind. Longer post, editing your shit when you mess up. I don't know. Not paying for all that. End of my squirreliness. Let's see what this is all about right here. Do I got my volume up?
You. Yes. Let me tell you something. Yes. I don't want to talk to you again. Why? Because you are a biased weasel.
Not at all.
Okay?
That's
you
ridiculous, Kevin.
Ridiculous?
Why? Yes.
Go read what you say about my case. Go read about that guy with the bald head yesterday.
That doctor
You said that
yesterday-
the jury was eating it up.
They
love
were.
him.
They were. You said
Stay away
outside he
from
was
me.
a nice
Stay
guy.
away from me.
Kevin, you said outside that
Wrong
he was a good
guy.
guy.
Wrong guy.
Why?
I was talking about somebody else.
He was a good witness.
Stay away from me.
Kirk was a good witness, Kevin. You said it yourself.
Kirk was a good witness, Kevin. Y'all, we got to play it again. Hold on. The way he talks to DePetro, and he's like, "But why don't you like me?" He's got the pick me syndrome like Lauren. He's like, I belong in this media pool, Kevin. Why don't you like me?
About how clients react to anything we put. You.
Yes.
Let me tell you something.
Yes.
I don't want to talk to you again. Why? Because you are a biased weasel.
Not at all.
Okay?
That's
you
ridiculous, Kevin.
Ridiculous?
Why? Yes.
Go read what you say about my case. Go read about that guy with the bald head yesterday.
You call him a little a weasel. Like, oh, that's ridiculous, Kevin.
That doctor
You said
yesterday.
that the jury was eating it up.
They
love
were.
him.
They were. You said
Stay
outside
away
he
from
was
me.
a nice
Stay
guy.
away from me.
Kevin, you said outside that.
He said, stay away from me. My old ass will kick your old ass, DePetro. Stay away from me. DePetro, I'd back off if I were you. I think K-Shred might put a whipping on you.
Wrong guy.
Guy.
Wrong guy.
Why?
I was talking about
He rides Harleys and he has badass tattoos. DePetro would run. Look at the back of y'all. Look at DePetro's hair. We should tell him,
somebody else.
He was
or maybe not.
a good witness.
Stay away from me.
I can't. Oh God, we need a good laugh. Do y'all find this as funny as I do?
Kirk was a good witness, Kevin. You said it yourself.
Was bound in a straitjacket and physically
Bound in straitjackets. That's that video I found, y'all, on Twitter. Or, no, not Twitter. YouTube. Excuse me, YouTube. All right, let me show y'all what this is. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for playing it, like a copyright or some shit. So maybe we'll just take peeks at it. Let me see what this actually is. Because I was trying to review it this morning. Let's look at the title. It's called The Dark Side of America's Most Exclusive Psychiatric Hospital, McLean Hospital. What? McLean? Right, Cindy. He's like, get it straight, DePetro. You don't even know who the hell I was talking about, DePetro. DePetro's vile little man, y'all. He's no count. But he's out there spews misinformation as fast as he can intake it, right? That's his game. It was great, Rachel. It was freaking great. I had to clip it and make a short about it. Like, I had to. I haven't made any shorts about this case, like, clips of the court, which is not cool because I probably should have, but just haven't. But yes, we're here for it. Take DePetro to school outside of the Massachusetts courthouses. Gee whiz. Ew, DePetro's the kind of person that comes out of that area. We don't know. All right, let me see what this is. Okay, let me read the description on this video, guys. This is from a channel called, they got 25,500 subscribers. Hallways of Time. I like history type stuff. Like, y'all would be surprised at some of the crap I watch in the middle of the night. Y'all would go like, Salty, really? Yeah, that's what I'm watching, okay? Says, hi everyone, listen on Spotify, okay? Not every psychiatric hospital looks like what you'd expect. McLean was private, well-funded, and set on a beautiful campus outside Boston. And for over a century, it attracted a remarkably famous clientele. In this video, we dig into the real history behind the hospital, what actually happened there, and why so many of the people who passed through its doors ended up writing about it. Oh, intriguing. We had a case here back in the early 70s, right, of a grave robber. He was grave digging. And I remember being a little kid and hearing my parents talk about it. Well, it's the story is known here as the Ghoul of Whitmire. That's the cemetery. Um, but the person ended up being caught and they were shipped off to the Florida State Hospital. And it's the Chattahoochee, right? And and there's a big expose article about it, how back in the day, people who had problems were just the families, if they were wealthy enough, could pay and have them shipped off to these hospitals. And I remember reading this. God, it was about a year ago. I was deep diving something. I was reading all about it. I was like, wow, this is fascinating. This is the same kind of thing. Like if your people have a little issue, or if your lady is, a little hysterical, if you were a wealthy man, I guess you could have paid to have your hysterical woman, who was probably just menstruating, if we're all honest, you could go lock her up and give her some shock therapy. What? So we've advanced from shock therapy to SSRIs that alter the chemicals in your brain. I'm not down with altering my chemicals nor my DNA. I'll find my natural remedies now, right? I've been through all the other possibilities out there to fix it all. And I'm back to square one. But I ain't going to no place like this ever. And it's wild because I was never like a manic episodes and doing questionable things and lifestyles and all this weird, all the stuff you might hear about bipolar. I would never know. My ass was at home. The house was immaculate. The babies were well cared for. The animals were amazing. All that. But I could do all that. And I would babysit all your babies. You need to go to work, honey? Bring me them babies, right? That was my life. That was my life. I never was close to being institutionalized anywhere ever. But I got this bipolar 2 label slapped on me. I thought it was 1, but I had to go look. I was like, oh yeah, it is 2. At least they didn't give me the worst one of all. They couldn't have, because I didn't complain of those worst one of all symptoms, right? All right, so y'all want to take a look at this with me, and let's see what it's got. Different chapters. One is Born from Chains. The second chapter is The Campus of Beautiful Eyes. 3 is The Mayflower Screwballs. Oh hell, did people come over on the Mayflower that they deemed crazy and locked them up? Things could have been different. They just left them alone to run amok. They could have invented new shit. I could be totally wrong about that, but the Mayflower, okay. The Laboratory of Suffering. Chapter 5, McLean's Famous Patients. Ooh, we may skip ahead. Chapter 6, The Cracking of the Cage. And then Chapter 7, The Haunting Remains. This content is produced for educational and documentary purposes. Some visual materials may be used under fair use of historical analysis and storytelling. All ownership remains the original right holders. Please reach out if there are any concerns. Well, I don't have any concerns, but I'm assuming that means we're good to go. And then it's got the links to their core sources, a Wikipedia on McLean, McLeanHospital.org, and mc.ncbi. I like that. They've linked their resources as well. My granny died of alcoholism. Legitimately, her liver went, and it was not a pretty sight to watch that death. It was not. Cirrhosis of the liver is not a pretty death. But my granny was not a violent lady. She was a fun grandma, and she was at the bars all the time, juke joints as they were called. But she loved my mom, but wreaked a lot of havoc in my mom's life. I'll just say that. But my granny was amazing, right? But full-blown alcoholic. Probably the reason why I never wanted to really drink alcohol. I felt like I don't want to be like that, right? I don't want to become dependent on something like that. Is it a gene thing? Am I going to get addiction to alcohol because my granny was? You know what I mean? I thought about that shit back in the day when I was partying. I didn't think about it. But when I had my first baby at 21, I was like, do I want to drink again? Whatever. It's just me. No. An end of an no, fuck that. Hang on. No. I was just watching her on a podcast recently, Rachel. My very first concert ever. I was a little girl. I begged my mom and dad to take me. Dolly Parton, Porter Wagner were coming to the fair. And I was a little girl, and they took me. All my siblings, because they were younger, had to stay at home with the granny and go to bed. I got to go, and I remember it to this day. I've got chills. Oh no. Yeah, I don't like the drunk driving, Faye. I got no sympathy for it. It's too easy to avoid. My mama told me, "Here's a quarter, girl." When I got my first car and my license, payphones were still around. "Here's a quarter. Don't you ever drink and drive." My mama would have whipped my ass up and down the highway, y'all. I was not about to face all that smoke. Never did it. One time I called her and said, "I'm not driving tonight." She says, "Where are you?" I told her where I was. She said, "You better park that car." I'm like, "I'm parking it, mama. I'm not getting in it." All right, let me look at this Dolly Parton. I haven't been to Dolly World. Hold on. She did Carl, y'all. She didn't last long after Carl passed. If y'all know, you know. If you don't, we might school y'all. Oh no, 80 years old. Oh hell, and I'm gonna get. All right, I don't care if I get in YouTube trouble. I'm not caring. We're playing Dolly's music. Ode to Dolly. This woman. If y'all ever saw the movie Coat of Many Colors, what's her name? The chick from Sugarland played in it. Jennifer Nettles starred in it, and Rick Schroeder. Oh my God, that movie! I love the movie. It is fabulous. Okay, hold on. Aw, Jolene, Jolene, Jolene. Y'all, come on. We look. Jolene's got her name from that. Damn, just turned up.
Passed away, her family have said in a statement. In the last few moments, she was 80 years of age. She was, of course, very famous for the song 9 to 5. She was a country music legend. Only 2 days.
The Coat of Many Colors that my mama made for me. The story in that show, in the movie, guys, holy hell, it's amazing. I love it.
Days ago, she had been speaking about her series of health problems and that she had no intentions of slowing down. But news have come through to us here on Sky that the country music star Dolly Parton has passed away. In a family statement, only a week ago, Parton was unable to attend the opening of a ride at a theme park in Tennessee, and she had to obviously apologise for her absence, and this has developed into another story now, in that the country music star Dolly Parton passing away at the age of 80. We'll get you more reaction to this news as we get it here on Sky News. But Dolly Parton had already spoken recently about looking after her husband during his period of illness only days ago. After putting her first, she said she was actually talking about her regret in a last interview. She said she had neglected some of the health issues while caring for her husband, Carl Dean, who passed away in March 2025 at the age of 82 after 58 years of marriage. But as a footnote...
Aussie Cheryl, Here You Come Again is a fabulous song. Thank you for bringing that one up. And of course, I Will Always Love You, written for Porter Wagner. And I don't care what anybody says, nobody sings it quite like Dolly. I don't want to hear anybody else's version, not even Whitney's. Okay? I was never big on Whitney. I didn't like pop music. I was rock and roll or nothing at all. I was raised on country, and I don't like pop for a lot. But yeah, I love my 70s rock and my classic rock and all that, and I love me some Dolly Parton. Oh God, of course we're still huge Loretta Lynn fans. Girl, I got Coal Miner's Daughter on CD. It's right there. That's my favorite all-time movie is Coal Miner's Daughter. Second in line is Coat of Many Colors.
Now to this story, Dolly Parton, the country music star, famous, of course, for the song that she wrote and performed, 9 to 5, has passed away, according to a family statement. And there was concern over Dolly Parton's health, which intensified last year after her sister, Frida, at the time had asked fans to pray for her well-being. Frida then later clarified that she had not intended to make the situation sound as serious as some had assumed. Dolly Parton then subsequently appeared in a video to reassure fans. And while she was fine and well up until 2 days ago, giving interviews to those in the industry and claiming how her work rate was something that she will always be proud of. The news that we're receiving tonight is very sad indeed. The country music star Dolly Parton has passed away at the age of 80, and that's according to a statement as given by her family in the United States.
He's just rambling. I'm just trying, hang on. I broke it, let it catch up. Dolly sings from her heart. I will always love you. I own a 1970s greatest hits vinyl of Dolly Parton. Ooh, nice. Those are hard to come by, right? Good ones. I can only find somebody else's news clip, guys, because that guy was kind of just rambling, and he's not even from here. No shade to you, guy, not from here, but we're good. I don't think a lot of people who aren't familiar with her are aware of all of her philanthropy, right? And just how much that she gave. She gave a lot. That's Sky News. Looks like different creators. Oh, that's a Fox Nashville piece, but it's a short. Here we go. Who is this? This is a lady. This is out of Nashville. I don't know who this chick is. Fox 17 midday mashup.
Hey there, Jen Waddell from Fox 17 News this morning, and do want to come on here with some breaking news. We have just learned that Tennessee icon legend Dolly Parton has passed away at the age of 80. We are just getting this information here coming into the newsroom via a statement from her family. So I do want to read this to you.
Okay, hang on. We got the message from her. Hang on, let me go get this on X. We'll come back to that. Family statement. Thank you, Rachel. Keeping an eye out and grabbing that. This is on Dolly's Twitter. Or X, whatever. Yeah. Okay. 18 minutes ago, a message from the family of Dolly Parton. Let me get things adjusted so I can control the controls. Okay. Volume up. All right.
Hey everyone, my name is Brian Seaver, son of Cassie Parton, and I'm representing the Parton and Owens family today, announcing the passing of my Aunt Dolly Rebecca Parton Dean, sister, sis, Aunt Granny to one generation and Gigi to the next. This video announcement is something Dolly asked of me years ago, before I fully absorbed it as a future reality. As her head of security for more than 2 decades, a role my father Larry held before me, I have imagined the heaviness of this moment, but haven't truly felt it until now. It is an honor that is mixed with absolute pride and great sadness. But sadness lies with us, not with Dolly. Dolly has lived in the light and is in the arms of Jesus, surely met by Carl, her parents, and countless others who have watched her and longed for her to meet them in the heavens. I first went on the road with Dolly as a kid, getting a taste of the road life in the early 1980s. Dolly opened doors not just for me, but for her entire family to reach the potential we didn't even know was possible. Dolly also opened doors for generations of singers, songwriters, musicians, and dreamers from every walk of life and across every continent. By her example, we believed that anything was possible. She never saw a door she couldn't open, and the doors she opened made and changed history. My family and I have shared a lifetime of beautiful memories with Dolly, but so have you. She has always been on your television, your record player, your CD, and on your phone playlist, becoming an extended part of your family whether you liked it or not. Our family and the team she has entrusted with her legacy will work diligently to ensure her spirit will live with us forever. Dolly was a farmer, just like her daddy. He farmed the soil, she farmed songs and happiness. Dolly called me and said she wants to rest in a beautiful bed of plush cotton because after a life wearing heavy rhinestones, she finally deserves to be comfortable and have some rest. Rest in peace, Aunt Dolly, Aunt Granny, Gigi. May God bless Dolly Parton, and may God bless you all. She will always love you.
Wow. And y'all, she did employ her family like that, right? And give everybody a good life. And there they are working with her and for her, and her just never losing her family bond. Think about how easy it is to do that in that kind of world, to be so famous and so wealthy, right? And then you could become so many different things. She always stayed true to herself and to her roots, right? And her upbringing, and just doing it her way. No matter what you thought about her, Dolly did it her damn way. She kicked the door down, right? She's not, no. Yeah, I'm gonna have big boobs and I'm gonna wear blonde wigs and I'm gonna wear all the makeup. What are you gonna do about it? You gonna shut up and listen to me sing? Or are you just gonna stare at me, right? Doing it her way all the way through it. I think that she would not want us to sit here and cry for her, right? She will be missed for sure. And yes, absolutely, Miley Cyrus is her goddaughter. Now, all the way back in the day, when my son got released from the NICU after a year of being in there, the month he got home, Achy Breaky Heart was released on the radio. And the nurse that would come to help me out during the day would play it and sing it to my son, and he would laugh at her. It was just like a thing with them two, right? Dolly didn't hold back. She never did in her life. She flirted with Billy Ray. He was cute. He was all the things, but they became good friends. And then when Miley was born, yes, she became her goddaughter, and she loves that girl. She loves Miley. No matter what you think about Miley Cyrus, I think she's a very incredibly talented young woman, but Dolly Parton loved that girl. In fact, Miley's version of Jolene's pretty damn good. Let's see. August 15th, 43 years since Island in the Streams. Holy smoke.
Making no more will you cry, baby, I will hurt you never. We start and end as one, in love forever, we can ride it together. Making love with each other. Islands in the street, that is what we are. No one in between, how can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we rely on each other. From one lover to another. Oh, come sail away with me. Sail away, sail away, sail away.
That's classic Dolly Parton right there. Do y'all remember all this duets with her and old Kenny here? It's kind of like Loretta and Conway, right? We had Kenny and Dolly. Hey, Jet, how are you? We're just taking a minute to remember Miss Dolly. We just found out she passed. Love is like a butterfly, as soft and gentle as a sigh. Aw, Dolly gonna make me cry, y'all. That remind me of my mom. And I've been having these crazy butterflies land on me in the backyard the last few days. That big giant yellow monarch and this little white guy that is like bugging me for some reason. I'm like, hey, butterfly, what's up? He's like, I'm just here to chill. On July 29th, I feel glamorous on the inside, so I want to look like that on the outside. There you go, girl. That's classic Dolly Parton look right there. That's the Dolly I saw at the fair. July 24th, she was with the Chautauqua Symphony Orchestra next Saturday night. Classics like Jolene. Oh, let's take a what's this?
Is just for. Hello, I'm Dolly.
Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living.
That is one of the most emotional feelings I have ever had. This one is just for you. Hello, I'm Dolly.
Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a
Songs of sympathy. Symphony? Okay. No, she's gonna go up there and play music with Toby. Go sing it, Sweet in Heaven. That's a Toby Keith song. And I got a video of my 19-year-old when he was 3, maybe 4, with his little guitar, trolling around on my living room floor singing that Toby Keith song. Play it, Sweet in Heaven. You're right where you want to be. And he would emphasize the B every time. And like, oh my God, it makes me so emotional. He just loved that song. And he loved me some Toby Keith. Uh-oh. What's she going to do here?
They tell me they're having one 2 doors down.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they say we're
Here we
all
go.
invited. But I don't have a date. Is there a hairy-legged boy that
I'm
I
going to
can
get in
go
so
with?
much YouTube trouble.
How about you? 2 doors down. They're laughing and drinking and having a party. 2 doors down.
They're not aware that I'm around.
Oh, but here I am, just to cry my heart out, feeling sorry that they're having a party just 2 doors down. So I think I'll dry these useless tears and get myself together. And I think I'll mosey down the hall and have a look around. 'Cause I can't stay inside this lousy room and cry forever. I think I'd really rather join them 2 doors down. I would, 'cause 2 doors down. Anybody want to go to a party with me?
All right, I'm gonna get in YouTube trouble if I could play her music. We could just get down. The Bee Gees. Yeah, I think Barry Gibb did write Island in the Streams. I think he did. And what Lionel Richie wrote, Lady, Kenny Rogers, Lady. That song kind of creeped me out a little bit, y'all ain't gonna lie. Like, whoa. I'm more like Cool Change in that line in that song. I've never been romantic and sometimes I don't care. I know it may sound selfish, but let me breathe the air. That's my life song, and I've never been romantic. Is there something wrong with me for that, guys? Please don't be that guy to come think you're going to wine and dine me to your heart, because I'm like, oh God, no. I can't. I cannot. Can I speed I don't know. Does that work? Speeding up the music? The copyright tools of YouTube will then I have to say I request a manual review. but I can also have the option to remove the song later. It'll like erase the little clips. It's whatever. It's not like it won't be a copyright strike, like 3 strikes you're out kind of thing. It's not like that. I'll just get like a revenue sharing, it maybe, or can't even earn revenue at all. Like, okay, so I'm gonna earn maybe a buck if I'm lucky on an ad revenue, so we're good. It's no big deal. It's not like I'm gonna be struck and get into trouble. Thank God, knock on wood, I have not got that kind of strike ever. I've not received any strikes. I try not to do things to get the strikes, you know what I mean? I try not to play people I know that will strike you for the fun of it. Oh wait, that's the wrong. I just clicked on the wrong thing. I'm gonna go back to that. We'll go back to that live thing or that shit. I can't think that video we were watching, but I want to check. Hang on. Let me see. I think. Let me check the court feed. Hold on, y'all. Okay, it looks like they're back. Well, because we're behind, remember, so we can fast forward. Wait. You got an old wagon? You got one you can pull the horse with? Hell yeah. You know what I haven't seen in a hot minute? There was a guy for a minute. There's a equestrian center down the street that we call it the horse stables, right? It's been there forever and a day. So there's horses down there, obviously, but up in Alabama, I saw it all the time. But here, there's been a guy that comes by with the horse and buggy, right? Like I threatened to go out there and say, "Hey, give me a ride," but I haven't seen him in a minute. But I want one, Faye. I don't have a horse, but I want me a buggy. I want a horse buggy. I might be enticed to get a horse, but maybe not. I'm tired. I don't want all the responsibilities of stuff. All right. But I want the buggy. I'll search around and find me an old one and get it and buy it and just put it in my yard. Like put some plants in it or something. You know what I mean? I feel like when my other lifetimes, if that really is a thing, I lived in the pioneer woman days and I traveled in a horse and covered wagon, buggy. Y'all let me live my dream. I'm pretty sure I lived that life at one point where I was in the horse and buggy days. I feel it in my soul. Faye's like, that's a long way, girl, to bring you a buggy. I'll meet you halfway, Faye. I'm gonna mute out and walk outside. My cousin just messaged me, y'all, about Dolly.
We're still in trial, so it doesn't matter.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose the record, we return back to the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Gregory Satoff.
Good afternoon, sir. You start right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the bar, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Hi. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory. Gregory, last name Satoff, Saathoff.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree at the University of Notre Dame, and then my medical degree, my MD, at the University of Missouri, and then my residency in psychiatry at the University of Virginia.
And can you describe for us your occupation?
Yes, I'm a professor of emergency medicine and public health sciences at the University of Virginia. I also see patients in the Virginia Department of Corrections, where I also teach students. And I also serve as the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico.
And how long have you been the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, or BAU?
Since 1996.
And are there other psychiatrists who contract with the FBI for that department?
Well, certainly for the FBI writ large, there are psychiatrists who work with them. But as for the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico, we sometimes have Walter Reed fellows who are psychiatrists. But other than that, I am the psychiatrist for the Behavioral Analysis Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails working with the behavioral analysis units on crimes and concerns, whether it is with children. I'm occasionally asked to consult with the behavioral analysis unit relating to children, crimes against children, also crimes against adults, and also national security issues, and in particular issues relating to threat assessment.
And are you, or do you consider yourself a forensic psychologist?
Psychiatrist, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. And what is the role of a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, a forensic psychiatrist examines issues with mental illness, and it's really the interface of mental illness and the law. Sometimes that can involve criminality. Most often, forensic psychiatrists are engaged in assessing mental status at the time of an offense or competency. But also forensic psychiatrists can consult to institutions or also treat patients within facilities such as jails and prisons.
So that work that you do as a forensic psychiatrist, is that in addition to working with the Behavioral Analysis Unit at the FBI and working at UVA and teaching, and your work in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
And in terms of your work as a forensic psychiatrist, have you done evaluations and testified on behalf of both prosecution and defense as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified in courts as a forensic psychiatrist?
Maybe 40 to 45 times, something like that.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
No.
And why not?
Well, when I finished my residency, I was interested in public psychiatry. And so I also was in the military. And so military psychiatry and public psychiatry in a teaching hospital was very important to me. As time went on, I was consulted by the FBI. They wanted to meet with me based upon a paper that I had published. And by the time I was more heavily involved in forensic psychiatry and particular assessment of individuals, by that point, the way to be board certified within forensic psychiatry would require a one-year fellowship. And at that point in my life, I just did not have the time to be able to devote to a one-year fellowship in addition to the other things that I was doing.
So instead of the one-year fellowship, did you have more on-the-job training as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And as a forensic psychiatrist, have you evaluated subjects for things like competency and criminal responsibility?
Yes, I have. And let me just say also, in addition to on-the-job experience, it's important to get teaching and training. And so I've taken advantage of courses within the Institute for Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia, and other opportunities as well in terms of even taking a board review course that was very helpful and quite comprehensive.
So you've had other training other than the fellowship in order to be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done with inmates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done for the Bureau of Prisons with inmates?
Yes. Well, specifically, most of my work has been with the Virginia Department of Corrections rather than the Bureau of Prisons. And since 1992, I guess, maybe 34 years, I have assessed and treated patients within the prison system, both men and women at men and women's facilities. And in that time, I have brought medical students and residents and fellows and taught them. So over the course of my career thus far, I've brought more than 2,500 medical students and residents into the prison system to learn about psychiatry and significant mental illness.
And in the course of your evaluating and treating female inmates, did you have the opportunity to evaluate and treat female inmates who had killed their children?
Yes.
And how often was that would occur, that you would treat that type of patient?
Well, in consulting to a maximum security women's prison, I would say 5 to 7 women who had killed their children.
And in terms of your interactions with them, you said that you evaluated them. Did that involve diagnosing them?
Correct.
And then what did the treatment involve?
Treatment involved working with a team within the system. Prisons have psychologists and social workers and those who are responsible for working with patient inmates. Medication treatment is very important, but also there are important therapeutic aspects. For a number of years, I ran a group in prison, as I felt that that was important, and my students felt that that was important as well.
And in terms of the group you ran, what type of group was that?
It was a therapy group in which individuals were brought together, all who were diagnosed with a significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience in the Department of Correction at the Bureau of Prisons, treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
And do you know, could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
I'm going to object at this point, yes.
No, overall.
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital, and so.
First sidebar.
Sure.
A lengthy little sidebar, huh? My puppy just tried to bring in her big stick. It's like, no, girl. In between my chores, I'm having to walk outside. It's so nice here today, y'all. The humidity's down and no thunderstorms, and it just feels too good to stay in the house. Okay, I'm fast forwarding to get past the sidebar.
And where was that, and what type of hospital?
It was a state hospital in Virginia, near Charlottesville, Virginia, where the University of Virginia is. It was a teaching hospital with medical students and residents, and was a facility that dealt with some of the most severely mentally ill individuals who would have been committed to the hospital.
And how long were you at that hospital in that role?
15 years.
And during that time frame, is that when you saw the thousands of patients that you treated with psychosis?
I saw them there, yes, but also within the prison system. And of course, during training, during my residency.
Have you ever written any articles about postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And when was that?
An article, we published an article in 1987 relating to 2 cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine at that time was a medication that was used to inhibit or to stop lactation. Some women would, after birth, make a decision for whatever reason that they were not able to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, was used to inhibit lactation.
And in your treatment of one patient and what you learned of the second patient, did you come to a conclusion that bromocriptine was having some effect of inducing postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And is that what you wrote the article about?
Yes.
And eventually, after you wrote this article, were there other studies that cited to your article?
Yes. And let me just emphasize, I was one of 5 authors of that article.
And eventually, was bromocriptine, did people stop using that to stop lactation in women?
Yes, the FDA took it off the market, I believe, in 1994 or 1995, not just for the reason of postpartum psychosis, but also for other problems, cardiac problems and the rest that bromocriptine sometimes caused in people.
And to your knowledge, was your article with the other co-authors the first article that brought to scientific attention this issue with bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. To your knowledge, was this article that you wrote with others the first article that brought to scientific attention the possible link between bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
That's my understanding. There were a few letters to journals commenting about bromocriptine and a connection, but I think the first article that was written was ours that we wrote about the two women who suffered postpartum psychosis.
Now, you've mentioned your experience in diagnosing and treating psychosis. What is psychosis?
Well, psychosis is, it can take a number of forms. I think we most often think about people who are psychotic as having hallucinations. And so we call those perceptual disturbances. That it's oftentimes auditory hallucinations, so people hearing voices or sounds, but they also can be other types of hallucinations as well, not as common in psychosis, such as visual hallucinations, or even what we call tactile hallucinations, where the sense of touch is affected, or olfactory hallucinations. Most commonly, it is auditory hallucinations, though, if we're talking about those perceptual disturbances. Now, there are other areas that psychosis can show itself. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. They can be bizarre or non-bizarre. And sometimes people who have auditory hallucinations also have delusions. Sometimes you can have psychosis or someone can be psychotic with just a delusion and no perceptual disturbance, no type of hallucination. And the third area is with regard to thought and how people communicate. So in that part of psychosis, when it demonstrates itself, is that people have a great difficulty communicating with even speech disorganization. They may engage in what we call neologisms, or making up words that have a specific meaning for them, but no one else. And the way that thought is translated either in writing or in speech, oftentimes people who are psychotic and also have a difficult time with stringing their words together, so what we would call looseness of associations. So really, there are three arenas that psychosis can show itself, maybe in all three: the perceptual disturbances, the delusions, but also the thought and related to thought and communication. But it's also possible to be psychotic and have just one of those three elements.
And is psychosis its own mental illness or a symptom of mental illness?
Psychosis is a symptom.
And why is it a symptom of mental illness and not its own defined mental illness?
Well, because there are many different possible causes of psychosis. Someone who has a serious medical problem, for example, can actually become psychotic. A brain tumor is one example in which those symptoms of psychosis show themselves. But there are other ways that people can experience psychosis. Some can be secondary to, say, drug abuse. There's certain drugs like cocaine or amphetamines or bath salts that can cause people to have the kind of perceptual disturbances or delusions or problems with communicating, that I talked about. So really, I think it's just important to know that that it is not a cause. It represents a significant finding or presentation. Schizophrenia is one diagnosis where we will see psychosis in a number of forms, but also someone who has a serious mood disorder or schizoaffective disorder or a brief psychosis. So there are many different roads that can lead to psychosis. And so it's important to find out what's originating, because that's how we make the best decisions about how to treat any psychotic symptoms that we're seeing.
And doctor, the signs and symptoms of psychosis that are present, is that dependent on the underlying cause, the mental illness or whatever is causing the psychosis?
Yes. When you say dependent, it just is clearly something that is a result of or a manifestation of the illness. For example, there are many different things that can cause a fever, right? And so while a fever is a symptom, it's a presentation that's very significant and can be very significant. What we need to do in medicine and psychiatry is find out, well, what is the cause? Because that is what's going to lead to the most appropriate treatment.
So for example, an analogy would be a bacterial infection can cause a fever. Bipolar disorder can cause psychosis.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier serious mental illness. What is considered to be a serious mental illness?
Well, serious mental illnesses affect a small portion of the population, a smaller portion, maybe 4%. So people who have schizophrenia have a serious mental illness. People who have bipolar 1, which is manic depressive illness, that is a serious mental illness. Schizoaffective disorder is also a serious mental illness. So while many people can have symptoms of mental illness and can benefit from treatment, either psychotherapy or medication or some kind of combination, there are some that are just really, really profound And that's a much smaller percentage.
And so serious mental illness, is that sometimes shortened to SMI?
Yes.
Now, is there something called any mental illness, AMI?
Yes.
And what would be in that category of any mental illness?
So any mental illness would be certainly adjustment disorders or anxiety disorders, mild depression, depression without psychotic features, for example, PTSD, which can have significant symptoms, is also something that would go under the category of any mental illness.
Now, were you asked to do a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you were asked to do that by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive direct payment from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for your evaluation?
No.
How did that payment plan, how did that work between the DA's office and your services?
So I do my work in testimony and the like through the University of Virginia. So my department is the recipient of any funds that come from the work that I do. I get a salary from the university that is not dependent on the number of cases that I am involved with or whatever. So I don't receive payment myself. I see it as part of my job as a professor.
And in terms of your work with the university, does the university have any impact or influence on what your evaluation is or what your conclusions are?
No, not at all.
For your review of Lindsay Clancy, what types of records and other materials did you review?
Well, they were extensive. They involved significant medical records, not just the psychiatric records, outpatient and inpatient, but also medical records. Certainly the hospital records from McLean, the hospital records from Tewksbury, but also emergency department visits at South Shore and Mass General Hospital. So a significant body of medical and mental health records, both inpatient and outpatient. But in addition, there was a substantial amount of grand jury materials that I reviewed, and videos. For example, videos not only of interviews of individuals, but also in January when the Clancy family went to the museum, where they went to the Cape Codder water park, was able to review those kinds of videos as well. I also received the reports from both the government, but also the defense. And so those experts who were retained, I had an opportunity to review those. I mean, the list of materials is very significant. CVS records, for example, pharmacy records, and law enforcement records, for example, the police reports and things like that from that day, 24 January 2023, in which the event occurred.
And Doctor, is it typical for you to have such a breadth of records and information, both pre-killing and post-killing, when you do a forensic evaluation?
No, I wouldn't say that's typical. Certainly for any evaluation, it's important to try and obtain as much information as possible. But in this case, I think the amount of information was truly significant.
And you also interviewed the defendant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview her and for how long?
I interviewed Ms. Clancy on 2 occasions. One was on the 29th of May of this year, and the other was the 4th of June. I believe on the 29th of May, I interviewed her for approximately 6.5 hours. And then the second time in June 4th, it was about 5 hours.
And were those interviews in person or on Zoom?
They were by way of Zoom.
And why were they by way of Zoom?
For personal reasons, I was unable to travel at that time. And so I requested the ability to have an interview by way of a Zoom video platform. And that was approved.
And did you find that doing the interviews by Zoom inhibited your ability to evaluate Ms. Clancy in any way?
Well, I think there are always limitations when one is not physically present, when one is seeing someone in a video setting. Sometimes it takes longer to be able to get information and establish rapport. Other limitations are just having an opportunity to see the environment, that the individual is in. I have done evaluations in the past using a Zoom format. There are certainly advantages to being in person.
Did you, in your interviews with Ms. Clancy, have any difficulties having her answer questions or establishing a rapport with her?
No, she was very pleasant, very responsive to questions that I asked on both occasions.
Were there any benefits to doing the interviews on Zoom?
Well, one benefit that one doesn't always have with an in-person evaluation is that a platform like this can also save the entire interview, and both video of the interviewer, myself, but also Ms. Clancy. So if someone wants to really understand that the interview and how it went, you not only have a transcript, but you have a video that really demonstrates the course of the interview, how it went, and that can be very helpful. That can be more helpful than if, as a clinician or as an assessor, I am writing notes. Because when you're writing notes, sometimes it's harder to be able to attend to the individual. So certainly being able to have a transcript of the interview is helpful, and I think it makes the process more transparent as well, which I think is a positive.
As part of your evaluation in this case, did you also interview what's known as collaterals or other people who knew the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Patrick Clancy, also on a Zoom platform.
And after you had reviewed all of the records that were provided to you and the criminal file and all the evidence that was provided to you and conducted these interviews, both with Ms. Clancy and Patrick Clancy, were you able to conduct an analysis of all of that material in order to come to your eventual conclusions?
Yes.
And if we could just go through your analysis of this case, and if we could start with, I think what you called in your report, Ms. Clancy's characterization of the command auditory hallucinations?
Yes. So Ms. Clancy stated to me and some other evaluators that her hallucination, that of an external voice, something coming from outside of her head, occurred when she was standing at the refrigerator. She said that she was in the process of making her children their dinner when she received a call from Patrick Clancy, returned the call, and then as soon as she finished the call with Patrick Clancy, she said that is when she heard the voice. This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself. And so that was what she told a number of us. There are also other accounts that she made to individuals that were quite a bit different. To Dr. Spinelli, for example, she said that the voice happened at 5:10 or 5:15 p.m. as soon as Patrick Clancy left on his errands, and that the voice. She described the voice to Dr. Spinelli as increasing in intensity, but saying, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself." But also that it was that her children would suffer if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Doctor, was there anything about what she reported to you about the voice that was significant to you in your evaluation, and if so, why?
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last, Callan, her youngest child.
If I could stop you there for a moment and ask you, you said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
Well, she had certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September, and then certainly symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were dark or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on, I think, 2 occasions.
And Doctor, you also mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. Same objection that was raised before.
Counsel, can I see it?
In my opinion, she's what we call showboating. Tell the story all over again about what she did to her kids one by one. That's what this feels like. Just tell the story one more time about what she did and how this guy's he's not getting nowhere. Objection. The doctor isn't answering a damn question. Exactly. He's giving a narrative. It feels like she's holding a conference, a psychological conference, and they're picking apart the mind of Lindsay Clancy, right? Like, bitch or heifer, we are not in a Psych 101 TED Talk type of situation going on here. This is a court of law, ma'am. I bet they do too, Forrest. And that usually Rachel was just speaking about mentioning the time a second ago, and y'all are on point. It's that time of day, right? The sidebar comes, then, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap it up for the day. They all need to go home and calm down. Take something to calm the system. A scotch, maybe.
Doctor, based on your training and experience in dealing with diagnosing and treating people who have psychosis, and what you've learned in all your training and schooling, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice only one time, never before, never after?
No.
And again, based on your training and experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice that's constant rather than intermittent?
No, that is not typical.
And what does it mean, the difference between a constant voice and an intermittent voice?
Well, an intermittent voice would come and go. It wouldn't necessarily just keep playing over and over again as if it were on a tape, which Ms. Clancy.
Have they done a study on people who've heard a voice to gauge how often? Did you hear it during the act of? Did you hear it seconds before, seconds after? And they come up with a methodology on how your voices should react. Should the voice Lindsay was hearing continue talking after she harmed her children? Was it supposed to say, "Good job, Lindsay," or "Oops, you're in trouble now"? What was it supposed to do? Keep talking to her? How these experts know what these voices are actually saying and doing if the patients are terrified to be honest about it? We've heard that. You're talking to a damn psychiatrist. You're going to tell this man you're hearing shit. We don't know what they're going to say when we tell them something like that, right? Fortunately, I never got to a point where I heard a voice. I think I would have yelled out loud and argued with that bitch, but that's me. I'm argumentative. Damn. They're like insulting our intelligence along the way. Do y'all know what I mean? And like saying if a woman makes a list, she's controlling. Like, I hope every woman in America who stands against Lindsay Clancy heard that part. If you make a list, they're going to label you controlling, especially if you make one for that babysitter you pay a lot of money for.
Told me that it was a voice. It's the same thing in the same tone, repeated over and over and over until.
Hold on, I was talking. Did y'all not hear me? I'm sorry, Morris. I had that on. I had it froze because I was interrupting and talking. Sorry, y'all. I am going to mute out and get back to finalizing my chores here.
She had strangled Callan.
And is it typical, based on your training and experience, for someone to hear command hallucinations and then for them to stop abruptly?
No. Committing the act is not curative of the voice. I've not ever seen that.
And Doctor, based on your training experience, someone in psychosis hearing a voice without accompanying delusions, is that typical?
That is that would be pretty rare. It's absolutely not typical.
And in talking to Ms. Clancy, did you speak to her about the concerns she had that if she had voiced thoughts of harming her children to providers, medical providers, that her children would have been taken away?
Yes.
And did you see that as a delusional thought?
No. Certainly with the requirements that healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example, as required reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice and immediately act on it?
No.
And why is that?
I'd like to have a Dobia hearing at this point, Judge, on this. I'd like to test his qualifications to this.
I'm going to, same objection, same ruling.
So your opinion is it's not typical, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to get out of the refrigerator?
Yes, she said she was at the refrigerator and that the refrigerator door was open and that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken nuggets on the couch?
Yes.
And did Patrick Clancy tell you that Dawson in particular was eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl on the couch?
Yes, that's what he told me.
And is it fair to say that there are crime scene photographs showing a bowl on the couch?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to you in the defendant telling you that when she got the phone call from Patrick, when he's at CVS, that she's making chicken nuggets versus Patrick and telling you that that had already happened and the crime scene photos showing you the bowl was already on the couch?
Well, it's inconsistent.
And are inconsistencies like that important in your evaluations in cases like this?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, looking at someone's mental status at the time of an offense, it's important to understand what was going on in their mind at the time. And in this case, the widely divergent reports from Lindsay Clancy versus her husband Patrick raise questions about what she is telling me and how things are happening. So certainly that's a cause for significant concern. One of them is not correct in their statement.
And in terms of what you testified about earlier about the defendant giving you one version of what the voice told her and giving Dr. Spinelli a different version of what the voice told her, is there any significance in your evaluation to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, again, it's markedly inconsistent. Ms. Clancy was very clear with me about the time that the voice started and that it was constant for a period of time until the children were killed, and then it stopped. And according to Dr. Spinelli's report, Ms. Clancy stated that the voice started much, much earlier, actually when Patrick Clancy left. And so we're talking about a significant difference in time. And those two just, they don't match. So it's hard to, which version is the one that I should consider.
Now, further along in your analysis, you talk about Ms. Clancy's outward portrayals misleading her family and providers. What do you mean by that, and what did you see in the records and in your interview of her?
Yes. Well, in looking back at her history, for example, with Patrick. She dated Patrick when she was in nursing school, and that was at a time that she was experiencing fairly significant anxiety, according to her, such that she went to a psychiatrist and was treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin, and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year. And when I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he said he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin, those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other...
Just to throw this in here, propranolol has become the new go-to for anxiety treatment, taken out Xanax and Ativan. How do I know? Because they gave it to me. But who gave it to me? Not these mental health doctors. The other doctor who said, you need a beta blocker because you got this thyroid thing. It is a beta blocker with an off-market use to treat anxiety. It's used to treat high blood pressure, chest pain, tremors, and situational anxiety.
Aspects too, where her portrayal misled others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that was really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that she was having a real difficulty with some symptoms and anxiety and the like. Her mother-in-law suggested to her that there was a doctor that she knew named Rose who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient relationship, but just to get an understanding about Ms. Clancy's problems. And that this doctor recommended Lamictal or lamotrigine as a medication that could be very helpful, with regard to the depression she was experiencing, the issues with mood and the like. And so, in looking at Dr. Tufts' notes, there is a note, I believe, on December 1st of 2022, in which they discuss Lamictal as a real possible medication. And then by mid-December, it was really a very, very difficult time. The whole month of December, in many ways, was very difficult. But after this experience.
Yeah, if we could have a question.
So you've talked about the defendant seeing the provider named Rose and getting the recommendation for Lamictal, the defendant talking to Dr. Tufts about the Lamictal. Was there another provider that she talked to about Lamictal?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was nurse practitioner Gelada.
And eventually was Lamictal prescribed by one of these providers?
Well, really by both. And when you say talking, it was a written communication and not a verbal one.
And so could you tell from the records whether or not Ms. Clancy filled the prescription for Lamictal?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Lamotrigine is actually, Lamictal is an anticonvulsant that was approved for bipolar disorder back in the early 2000s, I think 2003, for bipolar disorder. Now it's used for epilepsy, but also been found by the FDA to be extremely helpful in depression related to bipolar disorder.
And after receiving the 3 recommendations to try Lamictal and the prescription from Dr. Tufts, which she filled, did the defendant tell you whether or not she took the Lamictal?
She told me that she had decided not to take the Lamictal because she was concerned about the potential for a rash, a serious rash.
And the fact that 3 providers recommended this medication to help her and the defendant chose not to take it because of the potential of this rash, was that significant to you in any way in your evaluation?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Dr. Tufts had written a prescription and it had been filled. Actually, Nurse Gelada also wrote a prescription for the Lamictal, and Ms. Clancy told her, well, you can cancel that because I already have a prescription of Lamictal from Dr. Tufts. What was concerning was that I don't see evidence that Dr. Tufts was notified that she had decided against the Lamictal. And so that would have given a provider an opportunity to think about something else that also could help in this domain. But yet Ms. Clancy had decided not to take it, but also not to tell the doctor that she had decided not to take it.
Well, doctor, was there also something that you noticed in the way she described, Ms. Clancy described to you, how she was feeling at McLean Hospital when she was there versus the description of her feelings in the McLean records?
Yes.
And what was the difference between the two, and how was it significant in your evaluation?
I recall that she told me that her she felt like a zombie. Very, very significantly affected And certainly, while the records at McLean demonstrate that she was not doing well, there were differences in terms of how she characterized that.
And when a patient is characterizing how she felt at a certain time in different ways, one to you and in a different way to her actual provider at the time, is that concerning in any way?
Well, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the more candid a patient can be with the symptoms that they're experiencing, the better able the prescriber is to make a determination about how best to treat those symptoms. And also, it can be very helpful in diagnosis as well.
And did you also take note of the appointment Dr. Tufts had with the defendant on January 23rd, 2023 in the records, and the fact that the defendant denied experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideation in that meeting?
Yes.
And how was that significant, if it was?
Well, Ms. Clancy had been looking into alternative treatments and had discussed with Dr. Tufts earlier the potential for esketamine. This is an FDA-approved medication that has to be administered by a doctor within a facility, but it can have rapid positive effects in treating depression. And so in that note, Dr. Tufts wrote that the potential for esketamine treatment or transcranial magnetic stimulation were ones that they were exploring.
Now, Doctor, did you discuss with Ms. Clancy, or did she describe to you in any detail her ability to suppress her feelings and kind of mold her behavior into what she wanted people to see?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
Well, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping her husband cook. And she questioned why she would do that or engage in that behavior when her family knew that she was struggling and having difficulty. So she used the word fake with regard to just how she was attempting to present to her family. So this was on reflection in talking to me about that behavior at that time.
And did she also tell you about an incident at Spalding Hospital when she was interacting with a friend of hers who was visiting there after she went to Spalding Hospital for rehabilitation?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that this friend who visited was a longtime friend from when they were both really quite young. And that when this friend visited, Ms. Clancy engaged in, trying to remember how she characterized it, gossip, really talking about kind of the old times and catching up basically on news that this friend, I believe her name was Amy Bevins, they had similar or shared experiences. And so Ms. Clancy told me she was upset at Spalding Hospital because this superficial conversation that she had without discussion of the incident of 24 January 2023, that gave an impression, maybe a false impression of Ms. Clancy, and that it hurt the friendship as a result. And she felt that Spalding Hospital had they provided better psychiatric care, better mental health care, she would not have been so superficial in talking with her friend.
Did she also express anger to you that the staff at Spalding had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did Ms. Clancy tell you or express anger to you that the staff at Spalding Hospital had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
Yes.
Wow. And the prosecutor's got a problem with that? They may be taking great physical care of my spinal cord injury, but yet they're failing me miserable on my mental health issue. So she's superficial with her friend and pretends to be okay in her husband's presence. Y'all hearing all this? How many women do that every day? You pretend everything's okay. You ain't been diagnosed with shit, right? How many of y'all pretend every day something's okay when it's really not?
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put into evidence excerpts from the Spalding records showing the mental health consults and treatment of Ms. Clancy.
They may be admitted.
And so, Doctor, did you have an opportunity to review the Spalding records?
Yes.
And did you see in the Spalding records that not only a psychiatrist, but also a psychologist and a social worker met with Ms. Clancy while she was at Spalding multiple times?
Yes.
And is there anything about the inconsistency of Ms. Clancy telling you that she didn't receive that treatment or that focus at Spalding versus the record, what the records show that are significant in your evaluation of her?
Well, it's inconsistent and doesn't match up with that collateral information. So her depiction of the lack of mental health care at Spalding didn't match up with the evidence from Spalding in terms of the documents. Spalding is a rehab hospital, and that is they were really concentrated on the spinal injury, but also did have mental health services available.
And Doctor, moving along in your analysis, did you look into and evaluate the defendant's decision to send Patrick Clancy on errands on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what stood out to you as significant in what you learned from the records and from Ms. Clancy herself in that area?
I asked Ms. Clancy to tell me about that that afternoon, and specifically that decision for takeout. And as I recall, she told me that she texted her husband Patrick basically to say what would you think about having takeout? It's been a long day, and a fairly broad, open-ended request, and that he responded positively, and from then she made the arrangements to look up the distance between their home, and 3V restaurant in Plymouth, but also looking at basically making plans to have the food ordered. And she had texted her husband ultimately and asked him about, to tell her what order to make. And so in looking at the record, it was really reversed. Instead of starting with asking her husband, what would you think about takeout? How about getting takeout? The record shows that Ms. Clancy did a lot of searching prior to that in terms of 3V, the distance, and the like. So there were a number, getting information prior to requesting a text, sending a text to her husband. And in the text, rather than saying, what would you think about takeout, getting takeout, she said, how about getting takeout at 3V? I am, it's been a long day, et cetera. And so this reversal, in terms of what she told me, and what actually we see in the collateral, I thought was significant.
How so?
Well, she told me that the only restaurant that she could think of, could remember about getting takeout was 3V. And Patrick told me that they had never gotten takeout from 3V. He named West End Grill and Chestnut Grill as places that were in Duxbury and close by that they liked and that they often got takeout from. They had been to 3V and they liked it. They had gone as a family, but they had never gotten takeout there, takeout from 3V. And so presenting not just the idea of takeout, but how about 3V? And she had already done lots of checking about distance and the like. I thought was inconsistent. What I saw from the record was not what she told me in terms of the order in which she made those decisions, and so I saw that as being significant.
And was there a similar scenario with the request of Patrick from the defendant to also go to CVS?
Yes.
And so what was the difference between what she told you about the plan to go to CVS and, or what she told Patrick, and what she had done in terms of research?
Well, the research for, I think it was Miralax, which was suggested for Cora's constipation. They had had an appointment that morning in pediatrics, and this was suggested that the Miralax and CVS was something that Ms. Clancy looked into sometime after 4 o'clock, but not long after 4 o'clock, and well before she contacted her husband. But that she did not communicate to her husband the importance of picking up Miralax at CVS, who she had called, until really right before he left. So he had planned on going to 3V, driving to 3V, almost 6 miles, to get the takeout. And then she also added on that other errand right before he left.
And so was it significant to you that she had researched the the Miralax and looked into CVS an hour before, but just added that, that part of the errand on right before her husband left?
Yes.
And why?
Well, it lengthened the trip. It added one extra obligation for Patrick, and that would make for a longer time that he was away.
And moving along in your analysis, you discuss Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt, and you say that it was serious, but required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. In your report, you describe Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt as serious, correct?
Correct.
And you also state that it required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you found that it was serious and how you found that it required that sequential decision-making?
Well, I think in looking over her records previous to that day, 24 January, she had contacted Aspire twice, a suicide hotline, and spoken to them. And really, as I recall, since early December had been speaking about suicidal ideation. So this was something that that was significant for her. There was, of course, an assessment that in the emergency department that on the 15th of December. So you look through the record and that you do see that she was concerned about self-harm and suicidal ideation. If we look at the actual day after the children were killed, or after the children were strangled, Callan was still living at the time that EMS arrived. She told me that she got a knife from the butcher block in the kitchen, and then went upstairs and attempted to cut herself. That she also took pills or took an overdose. And I asked her about that, really trying to understand.
Objection as to what he was trying to understand.
No, overall.
Really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose. Because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult.
It can be. Look, y'all, this is kind of fascinating to an extent. I'll tell you why. Because I'm deep diving this guy. FBI behavioral unit analysis. Are we profiling criminals here? Or are we evaluating a woman with postpartum psychosis? This guy's given a whole ass lecture on how they think from the top down. And I'm taking notes. Pay attention. He is so y'all, I'm trying to make it intriguing to myself so I don't get in my bed and just fall asleep. I'm clocking with these BA, because there's a lot of BAU guys running around on these YouTube streets, y'all. Y'all know that. Y'all know that, right?
And so how many times, how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever? And then she told me that she had slashed the screen and dove out of the window.
Doctor, if I could ask you a question. In terms of taking the pills, what did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
I'm sorry?
What did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
It wasn't really very clear. I was
Objection. Requesting what she said is the question.
Do you recall what she said?
I'm sorry.
Do you recall what she said about taking the pills, whether she took handfuls or did something else?
Oh, she did not say that she took handfuls. She did not describe the overdose in any specific terms.
Did she tell you anything about crushing up pills?
Objection. Leading question.
It's already been answered. Next question.
Did she give you any other information about taking the pills?
No.
Now, if you could tell us that portion that I asked you about earlier, what is sequential decision making, and how did you see that in her behavior?
Well, as I mentioned, she, after strangling the 3 children with the exercise bands, she went up the steps, went to the kitchen, she got a knife, and then ascended yet another group of steps to her bedroom, to their bedroom, and described the attempt or cutting her wrists as well as her neck, and also described the overdose in barely, it was just hard for me to get a good idea about how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did, but she omitted some things that I thought were significant.
And what things did she omit that you think were significant?
Well, she omitted the fact that she had actually crushed the pills. And I found that to be, quite significant.
And how did you learn that she had crushed the pills?
I learned after interviewing her husband, Patrick, and he went through that evening and talked about coming to the home and the like, and mentioned that on the bedside table there was a wine tumbler with powdered medication, crushed up medication, that there was still some in the wine tumbler. And I had not heard, she had not told me that she had actually crushed the medication. And I know that in Dr. Resnick's report, and also in what Lindsay Clancy told me, that she had lemonade in that wine tumbler when she took the overdose. And when I asked Patrick Clancy, he told me that they did not have, he didn't think they had any lemonade in the house, that was not typical at all.
And doctor, what is the significance? I'm sorry, were you not finished?
You done with it? Hold on. You
Yes.
done with that answer? All right, next question.
And so, doctor, what is the significance to you, if anything, of this atypical use of lemonade and the crushed powder in the cup?
You say what is atypical?
I think you just said that Patrick Clancy said it wasn't typical to have lemonade, correct?
Correct.
So is there any significance to you to the fact that there was lemonade in the cup and that there was powder residue in the cup? Or straight that, was there any significance to the fact that Lindsay Clancy told you that there was lemonade in the cup and that Patrick Clancy saw powdered residue in the cup?
Yes, it made sense that lemonade would be in the cup if you're trying to take an overdose of medication that you've crushed, just because of the bitterness that these pills have. So that made sense. I asked her more about the lemonade, and she told me that it had been in the wine tumbler from the night before.
And in terms of the decision-making process, like what types of decisions is she making? Are you referring to, what to take and how to take it and when to take it and when to cut herself, those types of decisions?
Well, crushing pills is really a challenge. If you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have like a mortar and a pestle that they might have in a pharmacy. And so what I wondered about was that process of crushing the pills to the point that they were powder, in order then to put them in lemonade and then drink them. And so that is, to crush pills, significant number of pills into fine powder is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you don't have the right equipment. It's just kind of a laborious process. And she also did not, it was Patrick Clancy who told me about the door being locked. And she told me she did not recall locking the door.
And in terms of Ms. Clancy's ability to execute the strangulation of her children, is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that she, after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she took Dawson down the steps into her husband's office to strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about.
Okay, this is feeling so strategic right now. They're just telling the story, and this is the last thing they want that jury to hear before closing arguments. This is the last witness, right? And they're just like, he's up there like going on and on and on, as if we're all just sitting in on him, telling us a behavioral analysis story on this woman and how they, came to all their conclusions. It's quite interesting. But he needs to get pressured speech today. He needs it.
What she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave, his sister and brother upstairs, and was there resistance, verbalization?
They're going to get through this guy before they break for the day. They're done. We don't care if we're here until actual closing time today. We're getting done with this guy because we got to have that charging conference so you guys can get on with your closings because this guy's.
Set her crying, and she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that the next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, but then brought her into a different area, kind of a living room area in the basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan? upstairs. And she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down. And he was the last child to be strangled, all during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
Doctor, is there any significance to the fact that this voice is telling her to kill the children, but not telling her how to kill the children?
Yeah, there might be an advantage to letting her get done and then calling it a day and letting him come back at, you know what I mean? That fiery morning Reddington. Okay.
Yes.
And what is that?
Just like adults, children have a will to survive, strong will to survive. I think it's just part of being human. And so I know that Dr. Resnick described Ms. Clancy as acting as if she were a puppet, but the children are not puppets. And just in looking at the Cape Codder video where Ms. Clancy is holding Callan and Dawson and Cora are there, I mean, they both are active. They can walk, they can run. And so to make the determination about
I'm going to object to this.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar?
And there we go. We all know what happens when that happens. The end of the day has happened. 9 times out of 10, right? We're done. We're done here with the sidebar. Thank God we don't got the OnlyFans action. This guy is just, he's answering a lot of extra, right? He's not like, he can't get the yes or no concept. Couldn't get it. None of these witnesses of hers could get the yes or no concept. They got to throw in the reason why they think yes or no. Like, we weren't asked for your reasons. Jeez. Okay, I think the judge stood up.
It requires, after the evidence closes, I have to meet with the attorneys and go over some of the instructions. So it's probably, and you've all seen how good I am in my predictions about the schedule, but it's probable that we will be doing closing arguments, not tomorrow, but the day after. All right. So the anticipation is the evidence will wrap up, finish tomorrow, and then we'll start arguments and charge the next day with deliberations that day. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give as much heads up as I can. This is one, well, I don't even want to go where I think about this prediction, but I think it's a good one. So I just kind of wanted to give you some idea of where we are in regards to this. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. You've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all of it. All right, and like I've said before, you haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you're going to have to apply to this. So you still have to keep an open mind. You still have to follow those instructions. Don't read anything about this. Don't listen to anything about this. Don't watch anything about this. And don't talk about it with anyone. You've been so good at following those instructions for all these weeks. I'm just going to ask you to kind of hang with those instructions a little bit longer. And so with that, I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow morning. We will continue with the witness who's on the stand. And like I said, I anticipate that we will, the close of evidence will be tomorrow. Okay? So with all my thanks, as I've done it all the time, thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay?
Court, all rise.
So if we can wrap it up with this witness tomorrow, they'll be done for the day once that guy's done. And then the following day, Thursday, they may start the charging conference tomorrow, but it sounds like they're going to do that Thursday as well. And closing arguments, and then the jury gets the case. They'll start deliberations. The judge just said you'll start your deliberations. Verdict watch. Yep, we're done. We're done, Maura.
Jurors have exited the court. This court is session. Please be seated.
Anything that we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No.
No.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
And that brings an end to day 20. Always trying to convince, not convey. A couple of things that's I don't know that they're questionable, but the only, because I've been trying to look, what does this prosecutor even come close to having? Is there anything there? The crushed pills. I don't think that means a whole lot. I don't know what the prosecutor's trying to make a big. What is she trying to say about the crushed pills? Right? Was that, I think as a nurse, Lindsay knows that's going to work quicker than anything, is to crush these pills, right? So I'm not sure where she's going with that angle. The awareness. Look to see. We've heard their interpretation. I guess looking at her phone data, is she looked to see how far that restaurant was from her house? What significance is that? Does the voice say, that she knew that he needed to be gone a certain amount of time to pull this off, so to speak, for lack of a better term? But does that mean she's not experiencing a psychotic state, right? What does that mean? Does that mean, that shows she has the criminal intent, that alone? Will the jury make a big deal about that? Instead of, what do you think about having, you heard this guy just analyzing her words, right? Analyzed her words. Y'all be careful with those word analysis that people love, those analysis guys, because apparently, when saying, what do you think about getting food here versus, hey, we're getting dinner here, that matters. The behavioral guy just said it mattered. So, yeah, I guess our words do matter, right? To the behavior guys. It may not match our affect. Be careful what you say out there. And be careful about your thoughts. Oh, God. So this guy's got an interesting background, guys. Super interesting. I want to dig up more. And I'm literally considering having a show on just these couple of experts about their backgrounds, what they've had their hands in. You know what I mean? What are they out there analyzing? What kind of offenders are they turning back on the streets that probably should have stayed in? How many got told to stay in that should have got out and went to some sort of treatment type thing, especially these juveniles? What are we doing with these juveniles? What are we doing? Does your work at Florida State Hospital still apply today at Florida Hospital? Curious. Asking for a friend. What do y'all think about the day and how this is wrapping up so far in this trial? I think a lot of us have been pretty much on the same page throughout. The more we kept hearing, the more we're going, oh my God, this is actually what we read in the damn lawsuit filing, right? Because we pre-gamed for this trial, and we did the update, or the pre-game shows, right? And we read through the filing for the lawsuit. And we're like, damn, if there's any merit to this, holy shit. And look, now we're seeing it unfold at the trial. And we're like, dang, head scratching to say the least. Y'all think a hung jury, really? Do y'all think it's that way? I don't know. DePetro said the jury was eating up the bald doctor, but Reddington didn't see it that way, right? Are we basing that on information we've took in at the trial that it could be a 50-50 thing? Because we know there's going to be jurors on that jury that probably feel like Lindsay did this on purpose. Maybe. I don't know. We felt like we hoped, I had faith that we had fair jurors in Delphi that were paying attention to the critical things. we got a guilty verdict, right? And I'm not here to declare Rick Allen's a free man. That's not what I do. I'm just saying that wasn't a fair trial. And I don't know what happened, right? But it's hard to clock these jurors, guys. But I know I felt it in Casey Anthony. If they followed the instructions to the letter, holy hell, we got a problem. And so I can't wait to hear these jury instructions, especially remember they brought up religion twice. Shouldn't have done it. We even got a mistrial called for that was denied, which is automatic grounds for appeal if they find Lindsay guilty. Reddington didn't lose when they didn't declare that mistrial, and the judge knows it. But legally speaking, it was all just whatever it is. Maybe some attorneys are saying it was the right call. Some are weighing in a little bit differently. It just depends on what, but I'm watching the judges and the attorneys talk about that particular element, because I want to know how that will affect an appeal if she's found guilty, criminally responsible, right? So if that was a on purpose move by the prosecutor to get a mistrial, to get her a freebie do-over, that could have backfired in her case if they find her guilty, right? Now you got automatic appeal based on that BS alone. Nothing has showed that, Rachel, including this last testimony. This man said what was it, this doctor or the one prior? Lindsay's grieving her children. Lindsay was concerned about the kids. I was trying to get to why take the kids, right? If Lindsay's suffering so bad, which I get, I'm not saying she wasn't, why not stop at just taking yourself out, right? Why take the children? That's I always wonder what drives a mama to do that. Some cases we know it's outright evil, right? You're in my way, get out, right? Susan Smith shit. But here, some of these cases appeared to be, and this is me evaluating these, what's the term, infanticide, these women that kill their babies, me evaluating them outside looking in the backyard. What makes them decide to take their kids with them, right? Is it I want them to go with me to heaven, we'll all be okay, no one's going to take care of them the way I did? What drives that? And they finally were touching on that a little bit here. And that's what I liked it when Reddington was trying to hone in on that part. It wasn't that she took them out because they're in her way and she can't handle being a mom. We've seen that Lindsay, if anything, she overly worried about her children, right? And was that an obsessive behavior manifesting in her with her struggles, right? I can see that. Not that you obsess, you get like this chronic OCD about shit. Like I couldn't sit down at night until everything was done in my world. Literally, my kids are fed, they're bathed, homework's done, they're in bed, the kitchen's clean, the living room's clean, the bathroom's clean, the dogs are, everything had to be done before I could sit down and just relax. And then it was hard to even do that. I had to tell myself over time, girl, it's okay. There's a couple of dishes in the sink. Fuck it, life ain't over, it's good. Your house is just lived in. You're good, right? So it can manifest in many different ways. Did it manifest with her like, no one can take care of my babies but me? She's terrified of going back to work and leaving them with anybody, right? That's what I'm seeing here. And that pressure to return to work was just more than she could take. Concerned about breastfeeding the baby and consuming these medications they're wanting her to take to help her feel better and to finally get some sleep. They're making like the sleep wasn't a big deal. Sleep can wreak havoc, especially when you got littles to attend to. I know I suffered with the chronic insomnia. It was horrible at times, right? Now I just roll with it. Allie threw her hands up saying he just gave reasonable doubt. Oh, we'll have to put together some Allie clips and come back and watch them for the fun of it, because she's brilliant. Oh God, y'all just gave me an idea. Let's call it Allie clips. Oh hell. Rachel, help me scour the internet. Let's go troll the tweets together and get Allie clips. We'll do it. We'll go to their actual stream and just like watch it. Like, let's go Allie, Team Allie. I love a good attorney with a little fire, right? I do. I don't like a boring attorney. It's like, don't put me to sleep, especially if you want me to get behind what you're saying. Um, keep my attention, keep me focused, show me something. I don't know what's going on over there with All Eyes' post. All right, so there was a live stream I got on my watch later list. It was Kresha's live that I missed last night. I will check that out. I don't think I'll be back tonight, guys, but I want to put together some stuff on these experts and just kind of like do a show to talk about these guys for a minute. It's crazy. Yeah, I want to get some alley clips together. We'll do it. Now tomorrow, we don't know how long this will go to finish up with this guy, right? Reddington may go for a minute to kind of counter everything that was said. Rachel, you notice him taking all those notes, right? So we know he'll have his stuff together in the morning, as they say. Do y'all think it will take long for juries to deliberate? If they get this case on Thursday, will they return a verdict by Friday? Right? They're not sequestered, so they get to go home for the weekend, but they would return for Monday, right, to finish deliberating. Do we think it will be a return verdict by Friday, or will they go into, you would think they got some evidence to hash over, or they may have going by all their notes going, what was this prosecution thinking? It could be quick verdicts are kind of scary. Like, I want them to review some of the stuff, and have a conversation about what it means. Diddy Faye, we'll be respectful and say the president has ordered the flag at half staff for Dolly Parton. Good on him, because she's a natural treasure, like a legit national treasure. God bless you, Dolly Parton. You touch so many lives, you just haven't a clue. Maybe I think she does, y'all. She's just so freaking humble about it, right? Yeah, she never made any excuses for her plastic surgery. Hold on, there's a knock at my door. It's my grandbaby. I think it just scared the shit out of me. Hold on. Okay. Where's my screen? He was getting dropped off. Before I forget, have I heard of mass independent journalist Grant Smith Ellis? Yeah. He's uncovering mass judges in LE. You'd love it. He's all... I don't know much about him. He's part of that Karen Reed stuff that I saw going on. I don't know. Maybe we'll check it out. Do you, Faye? Yeah. Like I said, when I was a little girl, and I love music, right? My parents are music fans. So I was the oldest, and Dolly Parton and Porter Wagner were going to be at the fair. And my mom and dad were going. And man, I begged them to take me with them, and they did. All the other three others had to stay at home, and I got to go. And I remember it to this day, right? Porter Wagner up there in his nudie suit and shit, Dolly up there in her big hair. Oh my God. It was, I'll never forget that day. I hope I never forget that day. So yeah, ode to Dolly Parton. She was a great philanthropist too. We got to give her that. You know what I mean? She donated to a lot of things, hurricane relief funds, families, rebuilding communities after disasters and stuff. I mean, she's amazing. So hats off to her. Rest easy, ma'am. Sing it sweet in heaven. Y'all know she is. She's singing with the angels. All right, guys. Y'all go touch grass for the afternoon. Have a good dinner. I got food on my mind right now. Have a good dinner. Have a good evening. And tomorrow's day 21? We'll be back for that, guys. All right, y'all, thanks for joining me. I do appreciate y'all and appreciate your support. I appreciate y'all coming in and chatting. Amanda, it was great seeing you. If you're still here and awake, I know you guys are, y'all might be going to sleep now. Thank y'all for coming in, all of y'all, and chatting it up with us. And all right, I'll go. Y'all go have a good one, and I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thank you all for watching this here video.